Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call to order the regular board meeting of Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021. As is our custom, we begin our board meetings with the singing of our national anthem. And today we're very pleased to have a pre-recorded video of students from Fish Creek School singing "O Canada." At this time, we would like to acknowledge the traditional territories and oral practices of the Blackfoot Nations, which includes the Siksika, the Piikani, and the Kainai. We also acknowledge the Tsuut'ina and Stoney Nakoda First Nations, the Métis Nation Region 3, and all people who make their homes in the Treaty 7 region of Southern Alberta. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome my fellow trustees, superintendents, staff, and public that are participating in today's virtual board meeting. Our first item of business is to approve the agenda for today's meeting. Ms. Miner, do you have any changes that need to be noted?
Madam Chair, the following agenda change request has been received. That item 9.2.1, the 3-year System Student Accommodation Plan 2021 to 2024, be removed from the consent agenda and be added as item 7.2 under matters reserved for board information.
Thank you. Trustee Herdman, would you please move a motion that the agenda be approved with the proposed change?
I so move.
Thank you very much. So trustees, I'll call on you each individually for your vote in favor or opposed. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor.
Trustee Hrdlicka?
In favor.
Trustee Herdman?
In favor.
I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. So today we have one request for public comment. I would ask our speaker today to please focus on matters before the board today and refrain from speaking on the personal character or performance of any individual's department or school in accordance with our board meeting procedures. Ms. Monica Trong, please turn on your camera and microphone at this time. And can you do a quick microphone check for us so we can make sure that we hear you? Ms. Miner, do you have record there that Ms. Trong has joined us?
I'm just looking now, Madam Chair. It does not appear that she has joined today's meeting.
Okay, we will move on then. Okay, thank you. All right, so next on our agenda is item 7.1, Education Matters Presentation and Financial Statements. We are very pleased today to have Nancy Close, Chair of the Education Matters Board of Governors, and Marilyn Field, Executive Director of Education Matters, here today for this presentation. Ms. Close and Ms. Field, I will turn the meeting over to you for the presentation.
Hello, everyone. If we could share the be able to share, we could present our PowerPoint, please.
And this is Nancy Close speaking, and my apologies, my video is not going to work for today's meeting just because of the software that I have on my personal computer.
Sorry, Ms. Field, this is Trish Minor, the Corporate Secretary. I was on the understanding that you were going to share the presentation through Teams.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, it's not allowing.
Sure.
It's not allowing me to.
Okay. Would you like one of us to try? I know you have provided it to us.
Yeah, I think it's just turned off. That says only meeting organizers and presenters can share, and I mustn't be listed as a presenter.
I didn't give you that permission, but let's just see if we can find another way to approach this.
Okay.
Our IT group is just going to bring that presentation up if we just give us one more minute. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's still saying I'm not a presenter. Maybe we should just use your presentation. Oh, hold on. I think I am now.
Sounds good. Here we go.
Can everyone see that?
No, we can't see the,
The presentation?
it's getting there.
I'm able to see it, Marilyn. It's Joanne.
Yeah, I can see it as well. It's Brad.
Perfect.
Okay,
you.
there it is. Yeah, thanks.
Let's get started. Good afternoon, Chair Dennis and trustees and superintendents. My name is Nancy Close. I'm sorry that you can't see me. I am on the Board of Governors of Education Matters, and I'm currently serving as chair on a board of fully engaged governors who are passionate about working with donors in our community to leverage the already existing success of Calgary Board of Education schools. Today, along with Marilyn Field, our Executive Director, we are delighted to share a short presentation that shares the story of our audited financial statements for 2020. And we want to share what Education Matters does and how we do it, along with demonstrating that we are a good investment and that we are successfully collaborating with CBE to support student success. As many of you know, Education Matters is a charitable trust, and we are governed under the terms of our trust indenture created in 2003 by the then CBE Board of Trustees, which I was a member of, and community leaders. Our purpose has stood the test of time and is fully aligned with CBE's goals. We exist to advance and enhance education for Calgary Board of Education students, and our work is to engage our community to donate and support public education. On this slide is our current mission and mandate that has successfully guided our strategic planning process over the last 6 years. Our board, along with senior staff from Education Matters, are currently engaged in developing our strategic plan for the next 3 to 5 years. We're working collaboratively with our CBE Board of Trustees representatives, Trustees Adams and Hare, along with Marla Martin Esposito, to revise our vision, mission, mandate, and strategic priorities. Our timeline for board approval of our plan is October 2021 before the next municipal election. But currently we're discussing the importance of our relationship with CBE and how we can align our priorities, about how we might become self-sustaining, and how we can effectively and efficiently distribute funds to increase student success so that every CBE student in every grade will have equitable and barrier-free access to excellent learning opportunities and complete high school. I will hand our presentation back to Marilyn to cover the details of Education Matters charitable program and our highlights from 2020.
Thank you, Chair Close. Chair Dennis, trustees, CBE staff, and viewers, thank you for this opportunity to discuss Education Matters and our 2020 outcomes. Over the years, we've had several questions arise about how funding and donations are handled at Education Matters. This slide provides a brief view of how the money works. As a charitable trust, our financial vehicles are established as funds, which are used for both revenues and disbursements, operations, and charitable. It can be a bit confusing at a glance, so let's take a bit closer look at how those two defined areas of operations and charitable programs work. Excuse me. Before we move on, please note that all funds reported in the audited financial statements and this presentation are for Education Matters fiscal year, being that of the calendar, January 1st to December 31st. Education Matters operational budget covers the costs of doing business to perform the charitable work we do every day. Reference to the actual figures can be found on page 5 of our audited financial statements and through various notes throughout. On this slide, to provide further context, I've also provided a brief description of endowment and flow-through funds that are established through the generosity of donors. The majority of expenses are attributed to salaries for our small but mighty team of 6 staff. Our operations are funded through the grant we receive from CBE, which is augmented by fees we charge on flow-through donations and endowment balances, referred to as interfund fees in the statements and investment revenues. In 2020, our operational costs were just over $722,000. The excess funding required to sustain operations over and above our operating grant provided by CBE, which is $600,000, was earned through revenue, fee and investment revenues. The fees we charge on flow-through donations is 3.5% at the time the gift, and is very reasonable and in line with other organizations in the sector. Endowment fund fees are 1.25 to 1.5% of the capital balance. Again, a very reasonable administrative cost to cover the costs of managing and investing these funds. Education Matters also has a small invested operational fund of $529,000 that we hold in reserve and hope to grow for future sustainability. Now, our charitable program refers to our fundraising and charitable disbursements in educational grants, such as those that support dual credit and exploratory programs, literacy, and other enhancements to benefit CBE students, and student awards to help encourage students to find success in school, finish high school, and most often to continue in further education as they move into adulthood. All of the funds distributed from our charitable program are provided through the proceeds of fundraising. We actively fundraise for priorities CBE administrators have identified as beneficial for students and that our Board of Governors believe will be of interest to the donor and funding community. Our active fundraising takes many paths, from direct requests to donors, to mass appeals such as the recent urgent response for COVID needs, to general appeals such as back to school and backpacks or field trips. We also collaborate with other members in the community to generate funding through various initiatives with partners like the Pie Junkie and the Italian Center. And we work with the community to gain resources from their events, such as golf tournaments. Due to the pandemic, obviously, events have not generated many opportunities for funding over the past couple of years. Education Matters also responds to donors who approach us. We call this reactive fundraising. Things like memorials or tributes to special people in their lives, the development of scholarships and bursaries, as well as working with CBE schools, school councils, and referrals from within the community and other donors. If there's an interest to support CBE students, we are there to help make it happen in any way we can. As Education Matters broadens our work in processing charitable donations for CBE, we anticipate the work with school councils and school fundraising will grow exponentially. Our charitable program also uses income that is generated from the invested endowments in our care to support the designated purposes as set out by our donors. These funds typically support student awards, such as the Accomplished Angel Fund for Louise Dean students pursuing post-secondary studies, or granting programs for a variety of interests, like programs to support special or exceptional needs students, Indigenous education, student athletic fees, and much more. The results of Education Matters work in the 2020 calendar year provided fundraising proceeds of $1.7 million, and we distributed $1.5 million in grants and student awards. The dedicated endowments donors provide to support student awards and educational grants have now exceeded $6.5 million. It is important to note that in September 2020, Education Matters began processing tax-receipted gifts for CBE. This helps capitalize efficiencies between both of our organizations. These funds are included in the amounts raised and dispersed. When we look at the summary of the past 7 years, Education Matters has raised more than 2.5 times the amount of funds we received in our operational grant that's provided by CBE, and we have distributed more than double that amount in grants and student awards, with the majority being in grant distributions. Over the past couple of years, our fundraising has dropped with the downturn in the economy, and we are concerned about how the recent events of COVID-19 will alter our landscape even further. We are optimistic that we'll still find success in the community. Let's face it, students are a great investment for our future. A good sign has been the recent Access to Technology initiative Education Matters launched to help assist CBE students in continuing their studies from home. In a short couple of weeks, more than $40,000 was received. This initiative is also a great indication of how CBE and Education Matters, working closely together and providing support through communication channels, can bring the community together to help support student needs. You may also notice that our highest outcome was fundraising in 2012 at $2 million. This anomalous year was created when a generous community donor provided a one-time large gift, and we also had various industry partners contribute to the development of the Career and Technology Studies Natural Resources cluster of programs. Sadly, the higher funding also included 3 new funds created in memory of very beloved community members. So since inception, almost $17 million has been dispersed in grants and student awards. On this chart, grants are represented in blue and student awards in green. This shows the trend that the majority of disbursements are consistently for educational enhancements, with the exception of 1 year. Looking at grants specifically, over the past 7-year period, we can see that granting has remained relatively consistent. You'll note that in 2015, the year I mentioned on the previous slide, there was a substantial drop in granting that was then later recovered in 2016. And this was due to the receipt of fundraised dollars later in the year that could not be dispersed in the previous year due to timing. We are proud to work closely with CBE to ensure that funds are distributed as quickly as possible, and we have been able to do this most consistently over time. For the past several years, Education Matters has been working with CBE to raise funds specifically for priorities as identified by the School Board Administration with great success. The outcomes of priorities such as the dual credit and exploratory programs and transforming libraries into learning commons speak for themselves. These fundraising priorities adapt to the current educational needs of students on an annual basis and provide the opportunity for Education Matters staff and volunteers to streamline our appeals for community support. Another benefit to collaboration and refining priorities is the ability for Education Matters and CBE to strengthen the messaging and support for appeals. As previously mentioned, during the onset of COVID-19, an urgent need was identified for access to technology. Education Matters quickly mobilized our donor community, and with the help of CBE staff and trustees, we were able to broadcast the message and gain further traction because we combined efforts through communication channels such as social media. The general media also picked up on the story, which further spread the word. The same collaboration was exercised again in the fall for back to school needs of supplies and backpacks for students to use at home, as resources could no longer be shared within the school. This is a true example of the benefit of working together and collaboration.
I'm now delighted to share information about our Student Awards program. I've been on the Student Awards Committee along with some phenomenal community members who are also passionate about the importance of public education and student success. Student Awards is an easy area of appeal to donors and CBE schools as it's a way to honor our community and school members and recognize and support students transitioning to post-secondary studies. The scholarships are currently a blend of bursaries and student awards. They're often related to memorials or specific to educational interests such as STEM, the arts, community service, etc. And many of them are focused on financial need. We're seeing a new trend of donors being interested in using student awards as a way to keep students in school, to actually complete high school, and to help them see their future success. And we believe this is an area that we can leverage. Education Matters staff and volunteers continue to work to help CBE achieve its education plan objectives through supporting much needed programs and initiatives for students. Like CBE, our foundation puts the student first, and we align the wishes of donors to support education with the needs that teachers and administration see every day. Together, we can help fill gaps and create equity for every student every day. As already referenced, through our strategic planning process, our board and senior administration staff are building the conditions to work collaboratively, seek financial support, and complete the objective to provide grants and awards that will make a difference for CBE students. Measures will be put in place to ensure our plan is successful and can quickly adapt as necessary if the need arises, such as we were able to do with the pivot around student needs during COVID. There are still many needs we know will develop for students following the pandemic, and although we don't know yet what those needs are, Education Matters will be there to help in any way we can. So in closing, we're sharing just 3 examples of impact statements we have received related to Education Matters 2020 grants and student awards, related to books and classroom connections between students and a student award recipient. And as we move forward together, we know we can together make a difference for students and ensure equity, access, and excellence. Thank you for your time today, and we welcome your questions and comments about our 2020 results.
Thank you so much for that presentation. So trustees, do you have any questions or comments on the report or presentation? Trustee Hare, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Chair Dennis. I'd also like to thank Marilyn and Nancy for the report and their dedication to the students of Calgary Public. Not so much a question, but a comment. Ed Matters has been around since 2003. And of course, the need for such an organization, I would suggest, has never been greater. We as a board, of course, are increasingly talking about equity, and very much that has been one of the roles of Education Matters. I saw in the comments from one of the students there talking about coming from lower socioeconomic situation. And of course, the reality is in our world, we have an increasing disparity between the haves and the have-nots. And that's the reality. And so the need for organizations like Ed Matters becomes increasingly important. And I would simply like to salute the team of leaders who presented today. It's been my pleasure to sit on that board for the past 3 years, and I congratulate you for your efforts, and I certainly urge you to carry on. Thank you very much.
Trustees, anyone else with questions or comments? I'll maybe jump in here. So first of all, Marilyn and Nancy, just like to thank you very much for joining us today at the meeting and for your presentation today. I just wanted to comment, I guess, on the initiative around raising funds to provide technology support for students over the past year. Some of the most desperate calls that I received throughout the pandemic was around concerns where families just didn't have the devices at home that students needed to participate in online learning when their student was put into isolation. So I'm happy to say that each of those families that I spoke to, the situation was able to be resolved, and I would just like to thank Education Matters for their help with that, for the donors in our community who contributed to that fund to help provide devices for students that needed them. So just want to offer that word of thank you.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and thank you to you and the Board of Trustees for your service for our students.
Thank you. It's our pleasure to serve. All right, trustees, last call for questions or comments on the report. All right, that's it. Thank you so much, ladies, for coming today. Next on our agenda is item 7.2, the 3-year System Student Accommodation Plan for 2021 to 2024. Chief Usi, I would invite you to please introduce the report.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, today we present to the Board of Trustees the 3-year System Student Accommodation Plan, commonly referred to as the SSAP. This report summarizes the projects and engagements completed during the current school year to optimize student accommodation within CBE schools. It also lays out the decisions that will be required in the short term to address student accommodation pressures from the 2022-2023 school year, and finally identifies the student accommodation challenges that are anticipated for the following 2 school years. At this time, I'd like to invite Superintendent Breton to provide additional details and to respond to questions from trustees. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair Dennis and trustees, with 27 new replacement and modernized projects completed over the past 4 school years, and with another 5 new schools currently under construction, the plan before you provides a holistic view of the complex dynamics created as a result of student movement to new schools, coupled with the choices students and families make on an ongoing basis to meet their learning needs. I'd like to highlight 2 aspects found within this report. First, the report captures the decisions made this past school year to close Ross Carrick School and the National Sports School, and to close, for the purpose of relocation, the Discovering Choices Marlborough site. These recommendations came forward as opportunities to continue to serve students within neighboring schools while concurrently better aligning CBE resources with the revised provincial funding framework. Secondly, the single biggest project on the plan, and the one that figures as the largest engagement ever undertaken by the CBE, is the High School Engagement Initiative that seeks to optimize student opportunities at the high school level. Public engagement on this commenced in May 2019 with online surveys, was pursued through in-person sessions in the fall of 2019, and then returned to online opportunities through the 2021 school year naturally because of the pandemic. A decision regarding the proposed plan will be taken this month, as this plan is required to address enrollment imbalances that have gradually been created following the opening of 2 new high schools. And of course, that will also be created with the opening of 1 additional high school that is currently under construction, and that are further compounded by demographic shifts between city communities over time that have led to some high schools being grossly oversubscribed while others underutilized. Implementation of the final decision will occur for the 22-23 school year, thereby providing students and parents with over a year to prepare themselves for the transition, while also ensuring that enrollment rebalancing is well in place by the 25-26 school year, when our projections show the largest cohort of high school students entering CBE high schools. So, in conclusion, the report before you helps summarize the ongoing work that is done to ensure that CBE schools continue to evolve. This to ensure that they can continue to provide learning environments that offer access, flexibility, and choice to students. And so at this time, we'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. So trustees, if you have any questions on this report, please go ahead and indicate so in the chat and I will call on you. I have a couple of questions. So a number of the projects indicate that in order to maximize utilization rates in some of the schools where there is excess capacity, that system classes could be added to those buildings. So what I'm wondering is, does that generally mean that system classes would be relocated, or are we looking at the possible expansion of those system classes into new locations?
Chair Dennis. So the placement of complex learning classes is reviewed on an annual basis to determine if the program is in the correct location for the students it is serving. So we are I would say continuously reviewing their placement to again ensure that we're I guess making that opportunity available as close as possible to where students are. Now, the correctness of a location, if you want, also includes, in addition to reviewing where student addresses are relative to the location, but also whether or not space is available within that school. So that's a second consideration. Is there substantial growth happening within that community that is suddenly placing other pressures on that school? And then also then in considering where the addresses of students with needs for those complex learning classes are, looking to adjust so as to relieve pressure upon an oversubscribed school, while being able to continue again to best serve the students as close as possible. So in some cases it can mean expansion as well. And of course that depends on the numbers of students that we're seeing within the system. And then other times it can mean contraction because again, we of course adjust the number and placement of these classes according to students and their needs.
Thank you. Trustee Hare, go ahead with your question, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not sure if there's a question in here, but it does sort of spring from the comments that, that Superintendent Breton stated, and of course, the need for Calgary Public to have schools situated close to students. And of course, you know, we see changing demographics, somewhat related, of course, to birth rate. We know that families are not as large as they were in the 60s. We also have the continuing expansion or perhaps urban sprawl of the city as it moves further and further out, and the requirement for services and the cost thereof and so on. And of course, people go there and their children play there and live there, and they want them to go to school there. We talk about other things. We talk about densification. And of course, that's not a concern, or it is a concern of Calgary Public, but but obviously that's beyond our control. And so if densification occurs, and of course we're able to maintain high utilization rates and keep schools going and so on, that's of course I would consider a good thing. But we clearly are facing challenges with the present scenario. I believe we're looking at possible closure in regards to, I think it's 16 schools. And of course, at the end of the day, it relates to utilization and number of students in it. I'm not sure if there's a question in there or not, Superintendent Breton, but would you care to respond?
Chair Dennis, through to Trustee Hare. No, I don't think that there's necessarily much to add. Certainly, again, we continue to monitor where students are, and I think maybe the only thing I would add is, again, going back to that accessibility, flexibility, and choice that I was speaking to in regards to high school engagement. Well, it applies to students at all grades, and so when we have a school that is properly utilized, that has that critical mass of students, and not too much, not too little, so that sweet spot that we're striving for, that's when we are able to maximize the opportunities, the learning opportunities for students.
Thank you. Trustee Hrdlicka, go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. On page 32, we're talking about Braeside and Cedarbrae. And when we say we'll consider consolidation of the two schools, what are we saying?
Chair Dennis, to Trustee Hrdlicka. So when we're starting to contemplate a consolidation, that means that we would be considering the possibility of closing one or the other school and bringing students together at one site. Of course, such considerations require Board of Trustee approval. So initially, the CB administration would be reaching out to those communities, engaging with them on the issue, the challenges that are currently being faced with the existing circumstance, the opportunities that might exist, solicit input on those opportunities, and then should there ultimately be a recommendation to consider that, it would of course be brought forward to the Board of Trustees for your consideration as part of the processes that you have in place.
Trustee Hrdlicka, go ahead.
Thank you, Superintendent Breton, for that. I'm wondering, as I look at the report in the Southwest area, I can see a number of schools are really dwindling in utilization, and I'm wondering, can you just remind me of the process of sharing with parents the maybe concerns or opportunities that come with these low utilization rates, and what's the process of engaging parents in regards to this, and what's the time frame around that process? Thanks.
Chair Dennis, through to Trustee Hrdlicka. And so the way that we proceed is we essentially look at those projects that you see that are those that would be the most likely to be occurring within the near term. So we're looking at the system initiatives portion of the SSAP, and then the short-term student accommodation challenges portion. Versus the longer term is certainly something that we're continuing to monitor, but we're not likely to be initiating engagement within the near term. So the short term schools that are listed would be the ones where we would reach out. First of all, for those short term schools that are identified in the fall, so you will be approving this, or you will be considering, not this plan, I should say, is being brought for information to you. And then in the fall, The letters are sent out to communities to notify them, those that are on the shorter term listing, that their school has been identified. And then once the notification has been sent out, initially just advising them of that, if based on what we found out of the September 30th enrollment, we start finding that, so the September 30th enrollment count, if we find that the trend that we had been observing continues to be repeating itself and confirming our projections, then at that point in time, we would be reaching out more specifically to those communities to notify them of opportunities that we have to both inform them of the challenge and then start notifying them of some of the possible solutions that we would have. We then gather feedback on that. And then again, this ultimately, depending on what the resolution would be, if it's a decision that is handled by CB administration. So for example, something along the lines of a change to a boundary of a school, or obviously that would impact more than one school, so of 2 or more schools. Or if it's a question of changing the grade configuration of the school, again, something that typically would impact more than one school. Or if it's a question of potentially putting in place a lottery and then having an overflow for students. Those are things that are typically ultimately based on the feedback that's received, would be decided by administration. If there's a need to move to something more impactful, and there of course I'm thinking of school closures, consolidations, that's when then that is brought to the Board of Trustees. And of course your school closure policy lays out a process that also includes an opportunity for public input to help inform the decision.
Thank you. So I'm going back to the system classes again, and so just wondering, I understand that this report in front of us talks about a three-year view, but I'm just wondering about sort of how a longer term look factors into the decision making here, just so that we're minimizing the disruption for the students that are enrolled in those programs.
Chair Dennis. So yes, certainly, even though the plan identifies schools of greatest interest over the course of the next 3 years, it is important to note that accommodation decisions are made from a long-term perspective to ensure the sustainability of the decision while also minimizing disruptions to students. That, of course, in alignment with Administrative Regulation 1090 on student accommodation planning, and you know, there are 7 planning principles laid out within that, and 2 of them are minimize disruptions for students and provide long-term sustainability. Having said that, when we speak about system programs and system classes or complex learning classes, those will fluctuate a little bit more because, again, we're looking to follow where the students are in order to ensure that the placement of the program continues to be best situated. And so as students progress through the years, their placement may need to change as the student will be transitioning from an elementary school to a middle school and then to high school. Or again, over time, as other students start entering the system, whether they start, you know, right away at elementary or if they enter at a later point in middle school or high school, ensuring that the placement considers student addresses, this to minimize that travel time, keep students as close to home, and minimize disruptions where possible.
Great, thank you very much, Superintendent Breton. That was really helpful. All right, trustees, any final questions on this report before we move on? Okay, seeing none. Next on our agenda is item 8.1, proposed amendments to Board Chief Superintendent Relationship, Policy 5, Chief Superintendent Accountability. This report is for the board to consider revisions to its Chief Superintendent Accountability Policy, which sets out the requirements of the data that will be used to support the board's annual summative evaluation of the chief superintendent. So trustees, do you have any questions or comments on the report in front of you? Okay, seeing none, I would request that a trustee bring forward a motion, please, regarding this report.
I think that's supposed to be Marilyn.
Yes, Trustee Hare, go ahead.
It is recommended that the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Board Chief Superintendent Relationship 5, Chief Superintendent Accountability Policy as provided in Attachment 1 to the report.
Thank you, Trustee Hare. The trustees, do you have any questions about the motion at all? All right, seeing none. The motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Board Chief Superintendent Relationship 5, Chief Superintendent Accountability Policy as provided in Attachment 1 to the report. Trustee Hare, would you please open debate?
I don't think there's much bad, with the exception of the 3-year definition being presented for easier clarification. So I'll let it go at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hare. Any other trustees for first round of debate? Okay, last call for first round of debate. All right, proceeding to second round of debate. Any trustees for second round of debate? And last call for second round of debate. All right, Trustee Hare, do you wish to close?
I have nothing to add to my initial presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Trustee Hare. All right, trustees, I'll now call on each of you individually for your vote in favor or opposed. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
Thank you. Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor?
Trustee Hrdlicka?
In favor.
Thank you. Trustee Herdman?
In favor.
I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. And I would request that a trustee bring forward the second motion regarding this report, please.
I can do that.
Thank you, Trustee Adams.
That the Board of Trustees gives second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Board Chief Superintendent Relationship 5, Chief Superintendent Accountability Policy as provided in Attachment 1 to the report.
Great. Trustees, any questions about that motion? All right, seeing none. The motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees give second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Board Chief Superintendent Relationship 5, Chief Superintendent Accountability Policy as provided in Attachment 1 to this report. Trustee Adams, would you please open debate?
Say that 10 times fast.
Yeah, I can't say it one time slow.
Like Trustee Hare said, it's fairly straightforward. We just made an addition, really just a cleanup, and looking forward to this report, to this being finalized. Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Adams. Any other trustees for first round of debate? Okay, last call for first round of debate, trustees. Proceeding to second round of debate. Any trustees for second round of debate? And last call for second round of debate. I'll maybe jump in really quick. I'm actually looking forward to how this will work a little differently moving forward as well. I really like the idea of the 3 years of data being used, so I like that addition. So. All right, Trustee Adams, would you like to close?
I think I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, trustees, I'll call on each of you individually for your vote in favor or opposed. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor.
Trustee Hrdlicka.
In favor.
Trustee Herdman.
In favor.
I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. So next on our agenda is item 8.2, proposed amendments to governance culture policies. This report is for the board to consider revisions to its governance culture policies. The board's governance culture policies define the individual and collective behavior required to establish a culture of good governance. These policies establish the standards for how the board performs its work, including policies that define the board's job, its purpose, and its accountability. As part of the ongoing work of the board, the governance culture policies were reviewed to identify areas of improvement and to adopt a school name review process. Trustees, do you have any questions or comments on the report? All right. Seeing none. So based on requests from trustees, the board today will be considering and debating and voting on each of the governance policies separately. So we have approximately or a little over 20 motions to get through in this portion of the meeting. So I hope you all have found a comfortable chair and possibly a glass of water to help get through this today. All right, so GC1, we'll start there. I would like to request that a trustee bring forward a motion regarding governance culture policy 1.
Thanks. That the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Governance Culture GC1 Board Purpose Policy as provided in Attachment 1 to the report.
Thank you very much. Trustees, do you have any questions about the motion? All right, seeing none, the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Governance Culture 1 Board Purpose Policy, Attachment 1 to this report. Trustee Bradshaw, would you please open debate?
Sure, thank you. I guess I want to start off maybe this big discussion. You talked about 20 motions. That's a lot. About maybe a metaphor that I've kind of come up with that has helped me understand the role of trustees in context with this whole organization and why the GCs are important. I kind of realized at some point that our organization is a lot like a string instrument. So we've got, at the school level, you have teachers, education assistants, facility staff, all working under the principal, and then you have 250 principals, all working under their respective education directors and up to superintendents and chief superintendents, and then to the trustees. In a way, we're all, and I hope everyone in the organization feels like this, but very much connected to what's happening in the classrooms. That's why we're here. That's what these policies are about. And I guess along with that, I would say when things aren't working well, we hear about it. That's when you see the CBE ending up in the news, and you can go back through time and look at various news stories where maybe things they just weren't working as we'd like them to, and things needed to get fixed, which I think is normal, especially in an organization with 125,000 students and 7,000 staff. Things aren't going to go perfectly every day. When they do, it's amazing, but there's always things to fix. I'd say, well, each part of the organization has a different way of ensuring that they're operating effectively. The GCs we're going to be looking at today are how trustees do it. So it's difficult sometimes to kind of, maybe for a classroom teacher to see how they're connected to a trustee, but that's helped me understand. And when we're working really well and we're staying with our policies, I think the whole organization does better. So maybe as we're going through all of these, that was something to keep in mind. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Bradshaw. And just a reminder, trustees, so Trustee Bradshaw, you were definitely under your 3-minute time limit, but because of the number of motions trustees we're going through today, I will be adhering very closely to the 3-minute time limit for debate. So good job, Trustee Bradshaw, you were under your 3. All right, so any trustees for first round of debate? Trustee Herdman, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I am in favor of the changes that we have made to our GC1 board purpose policy. I remember when we first got elected in 2017, and after a couple of weeks, we had a board orientation session. And I think we spent about 3 hours just discussing this one policy because it is so important to the role of the board and what is actually our purpose as a board of trustees, and how do we provide leadership within the system. And so I'm grateful that we made a few little tweaks in order to clarify some of the language, and I am in support of this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Herdman. Go ahead, Trustee Hare.
Yes, thanks, Chair Dennis. I certainly appreciated Trustee Bradshaw's discussion of, that we're all in this together, that we are a huge organization with a huge commitment to students and citizens, and really all people in Calgary. It his bringing up of the ebbs and flows certainly strikes a core in my mind. I take a look back at our scenario and I see 2 situations: the ministerial investigation and the Langevin renaming situation. The first one, I don't believe we were responsible. The concerns in the second, we bear a great deal of the concern that was raised. We seem to be immobilized and did not move as quickly to deal with a situation which I believe could have and should have been done much more easily. But that's part of culture and that's part of discipline, and no policy will be able to prevent those things from taking place. Nonetheless, as we look back, this is a good opportunity for us to review what has happened and where we can do better. Those of us who are leaving, I certainly wish the new board members well and take some of the lessons which we have shown to them. Anyway, thank you very much.
Trustee Adams, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I was very appreciative for what Trustee Herdman said. And I'd actually forgotten about the fact that we had spent 3 hours just on this one in the very, very beginning. And I remember it being a long day. But what I really do appreciate the fact is that she called them little tweaks. That's true, we just made little tweaks on this, but they're such important tweaks. And I think what really makes me glad is that we actually are now doing this at the end of our term. So we had a chance to actually live with GC1 and live through GC1 and all of our GCs that we're talking about today. And we really had that chance to embrace them and see how they do play out and see where we can make improvements. And I think so, I guess I'm speaking overall, not just now in GC1, but I'm really grateful that we actually had that time to live through these and to really see what works and what doesn't, and that we're doing this closer to the end of our term. Because I think now we really have a better knowledge of where this will end up and hopefully serve the new board really well. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. Any other trustees for first round of debate? I'll go ahead and jump here, sorry, and I'll hold true to my word. I'm going to start the timer for myself so I don't use too much time. All right, so it was interesting. So Trustee Herdman's comment about spending 3 days on, or 3 hours, sorry, on some of understanding some of these policies. I think my early reflections of right after the election and when we had extensive board orientation, And it was referred to that it'll feel like, as a new trustee, you're drinking out of a fire hose. As we learned what all of these things were and what they meant, I will tell you that I felt like I was standing under Niagara Falls. So a fire hose hardly was fitting, I guess, in terms of how I felt those first couple of weeks and sort of, drowning in all this new information. But I would concur with Trustee Adams that I'm really pleased that we're getting this work done now, and at this point in our term, as we understand our job even better than we did in 2017, clearly. So just at the outset, I guess I'd like to offer my appreciation to the Board Procedures Committee, chaired by Trustee Hrdlicka and supported by Trustees Bradshaw and Adams. They did a significant amount of work on these governance culture policies since that committee was formed in June of 2019. It does feel good to finally be here, to have the opportunity to put things in place in preparation for a new board being formed in October. Specific to GC1, governance is not what most people expect. It's a particularly interesting role because we are elected in a political process, yet our duty of care is owed to the organization that we serve. Elected trustees take an oath of office, and by doing so, we agree to adhere to the board's policies, including its code of conduct that governs the ethical behavior of trustees. Building and maintaining the public trust starts with our commitment to acting with integrity, maintaining confidentiality, and holding our fellow trustees accountable to do the same. I appreciate the simplicity with which the GC explains that we fulfill our obligation to the public by making decisions in the best interest of the CBE and the students it serves, and that we ensure that all action is consistent with the law and also aligned with our own policies. This revision to the language goes a long way in providing greater clarity. All right, trustees, last call for debate, the first round of debate. Okay, moving to second round of debate. Trustees, any trustee for second round of debate? And last call for second round of debate.
I put my
Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Hare. I didn't see that. I apologize. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I move a little slowly, as you're well aware, so it's my fault. But nonetheless, just want to make a quick comment on the governance procedures that we operate under, and I think new members will find them challenging, but they are not impossible. And I think clearly a big thing of the new board is an understanding in regards to the discipline that's required and also the interpretation, because our discipline and our governance procedures are made up of words, and there is some latitude there. And I think it is important for the successful running of this very important board that an understanding of that degree of latitude is aware from the get-go. Not necessarily making it easy, but nonetheless, it is part and parcel of a successful working board. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hare. Any other trustees for second round of debate? All right, last call for second round of debate. Trustee Bradshaw, do you wish to close?
Sure do, thanks. Start my stopwatch too, because I was really surprised I was at 2 minutes last time. So,
2 minutes and 29 seconds, actually. So anyway, I'm starting your timer now.
So I kind of want to reference something Trustee Herdman said. She's right. We spend a lot of time on this stuff, 3 hours, and I wish that 3 hours we spent at the start of becoming trustees was all we spent on it, but I don't think it is. And I think part of the challenge was kind of coming at maybe this first sentence of the second paragraph of this policy. And it says the Board of Trustees leads, serves, and represents the citizens of Calgary and holds itself accountable to them. you could stop there, and it has a very different reading as a policy than if you keep reading. And I think it's part of the challenge with this role. We are often, we're elected by the citizens of Calgary. And because of that, there's an obligation to them. And I think all of us feel that as we're doing our jobs. We will frequently hear from people in our constituencies and across the city about things happening in their schools. And a lot of times you can't help but feel empathetic and sympathetic to what's going on. And you feel an obligation to them. And because of that, so often you want to jump in and help and work with them, and they might bring you something that's going to they might have some thoughts on something that's coming up on the board meeting, and you want to go out and represent them and kind of their concerns to the rest of the board. No matter what happens, it can be that important. Like you really, and I think we all really feel that, especially when you turn on, say, Twitter or Facebook, and you're hearing stuff there, or you're reading the news. But you have to keep reading with this policy, and because it goes on to say, by committing to act in the best interest of the Calgary Board of Education, and by ensuring that all board and organization action is consistent with the law and board policies. And that can be a tough pill to swallow, because those two parts seem so inconsistent with each other. And I've taken them to mean that if you're doing the second part, you're actually doing the first part very well. And I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Trustee Bradshaw. All right, so trustees, sorry, I'm just stopping my stop clock. It's going to be interesting. Okay, all right, so trustees, I'll call on each of you individually now for your vote in favor or opposed to the motion. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
Thank you. Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor?
Trustee Hrdlicka?
In favor.
Trustee Herdman?
In favor.
I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. All right, next I would request that a trustee bring forward the second motion regarding Governance Culture Policy 1.
That the Board of Trustees give second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture GC1, Board Purpose Policy, as provided in Attachment 1 to the report.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions about the motion? All right, the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees give second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture 1, Board Purpose Policy, Attachment 1 to this report. Trustee Herdman, would you please open debate?
Thank you. So today we are planning on giving first and second reading to many of our governance culture policies. So normally under our Governance Culture Policy 2 governing commitments, we do first reading in one meeting and then second reading at another meeting. However, due to many different factors, including a ministerial review and a ministerial order and a pandemic and an upcoming election, I think this board would be well served if we pass second reading of these policies today, in order to really set up the incoming board that will be elected in the next election up for success. It will provide clarification through a lot of these policies, and it will really give them a good starting point. So I think it's important that we move more expeditiously on these policies than maybe we normally would. And as Trustee Adams was saying before, and Chair Dennis, it does come at a good time. I mean, when we have had 3.5 years to live out these policies, and believe me, this board has studied these policies definitely more than the last board previous to this board. We have spent a lot of time looking at these governance commitment policies. And I think it's really good that this board has spent a lot of time examining them and figuring out how to make further clarifications, finding out what works and what doesn't, and is committed to setting up the next board in the best position that we can. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Herdman. Trustees, any trustees for first round of debate? Trustees, last call for first round of debate. All right, proceeding to second round of debate. Trustees, anyone for second round of debate? And last call for second round of debate. Trustee Herdman, do you wish to close?
Nope, I'm good, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So trustees, I will call on you each individually to indicate whether you are in favor or opposed to the motion. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor?
Trustee Herdlicka?
In favor.
Trustee Herdman?
In favor.
I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. All right, moving on to GC2. I would request that a trustee bring forward a motion regarding governance culture policy, governance culture 2 policy.
I will do that.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. Go ahead.
That the Board of Trustees gives the first reading to the amendments of governance culture GC2. I almost did it too. Let me start again. That the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of governance culture GC2 governing commitments policy as provided in attachment 2 to the report.
Thank you. So trustees, do you have any questions about the motion? All right, so the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Governance Culture GC2 Governing Commitments Policy, Attachment 2 to this report. Trustee Adams, would you please open debate?
I'd be happy to. It's actually a really minor change that's in this one, but as the board of the evaluation committee, we discussed GC2 a lot, always asking ourselves how we can improve. While there wasn't a lot of work to be done, it's really important the GCs as our governing commitments that we really hold true to these. And there's just a few things actually in here I just want to highlight that we do. So in GC2, it says the board will direct the organization through policy. The board will function as a single unit. The board is responsible for its own performance and commits itself to continuous improvement. The board will assure that the board and its members have knowledge, skills, and budget support necessary for effective governance. To ensure that the board's business meetings are conducted with maximum effectiveness and efficiency, members will comply with board policies. So this policy defines how we as a board will do our work. But more importantly, I think it addresses the culture we want as a board. And here's a few more things that are also in this policy that I think are really important to highlight. We talk about come to meetings properly prepared for board discussions and deliberations. Speak only when recognized, not interrupting each other or engaging in side conversations. Not repeat unnecessarily what has already been said. Not to play to the audience or camera or monopolize the discussion. Support the chair's efforts to facilitate an orderly meeting. Communicate openly to avoid surprises. Encourage equal participation of all members and practice respectful body language. The change that was made in 2.7 was small, but it's really important. A proposed policy revision will be discussed at least one session of the board prior to being acted upon in subsequent board meetings. This is really important as it adds to our culture of no surprises. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to hearing from my colleagues.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. First round of debate. Go ahead, Trustee Hare.
The board will direct the organization through policy. We are a policy-driven organization, and we should be. I think, however, we have to understand that notwithstanding written policy, or notwithstanding the lack of policy, we still have an obligation to deal with issues and to do the right thing. I think our board lost that understanding with the Langevin renaming issue. I think we got hung up on focus and policy rather than understanding the world had moved on. And Calgarians, Albertans, and Canadians had decided it was time that Hector Lewis Langevin's name no longer be on a public school. And so we lost that, and it was only through the discovery of 215 graves at the Kamloops Indian Residential School that basically created a public shaming of us and our board that caused us to deal with the issue. Policy is great. Policy is essential. But there are always new things, new times, new developments, which will cause the board to have to face those facts and deal with situations that need to be dealt with in the best interest of the students and citizens we serve. Thank you.
Trustee Bradshaw, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm going to put my stopwatch on. Okay, good. So I guess I want to, when we're talking about this, I remember back to our orientation. I think maybe at the end of our term, we're all looking back a little bit. During one of our first meetings, we were advised we could either spend all of our time focused on ourselves and how we work together, or we could spend our time improving the system. I think in the twilight of our term, it's obviously what we chose, given the motions coming forward today. I want to talk about section 2.2. This is the policy I think we kind of colloquially call one voice. And I think it's maybe one of our policies that's both most hated and least understood by the public and sometimes trustees. When we're sworn in, we agree to commit to these rules, knowing full well that we can change them if we agree we want to. Here we are doing that. This policy is complex because it's so different from how we typically think and behave in our jobs, with our friends, and even online. It seems incredibly restrictive. But and it seems so CB specific, but it's really not. We see it in places all over government. We see it when it's not working. We see it in City Hall when councillors are attacking each other on social media. We see it in the current provincial government and even the former provincial government when members were leaving caucus. We see it federally when people cross the floor and are booted out of their caucuses. So this is almost the normal thing in government. And it's often seen as an attempt to silence dissent, when I think truly at the root of it, it's an attempt to have open and honest conversations without, I guess, yeah, open and honest conversations about things that are happening at the moment, which is so important for the board. And in doing it this way, it's an attempt for us to put, I think, our best foot forward as we're showcasing the work we do, and also move on to the next piece of business. And I will stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Bradshaw. Any other trustees for first round of debate? I'll go ahead and jump in. So understanding and defining our governing commitments matters. As trustees, our focus is on student results, not on the day-to-day operational decisions made by our chief superintendent. As a board, we function as a unit, and that can be difficult at times because individual trustees come to the table with different ideas and perspectives. Yet it is those differing perspectives that can bring strength to the decisions that we make as a board. The board holds itself accountable to following our own policies. There is always room for improvement, and we are committed to expanding our understanding of how we do our job. Board meetings are business meetings, where often agendas are long, time is short, and important decisions need to be made, where there is almost always competing values and interests. This is why it is so important to come to meetings well prepared and familiar with the material in front of us. We need to have an open mind and be willing to consider the opinions of others. We need to keep the discussion moving forward by not interrupting each other or monopolizing the conversation. This is not a place for speeches or repeating ourselves, and we don't surprise each other. We are all trying to find our way and arrive at a decision. We need the opportunity to evaluate the same information, and we practice respectful body language. Again, this is a business meeting. As trustees, if we ever need a straightforward reminder of our most basic governing commitments, GC2 is a great place to look. All right. Any other trustees for first round of debate? All right, last call for first round of debate. Okay, moving to second round of debate. Trustees for second round of debate. Trustee Hare, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just following up on my initial comments. Policy, in my opinion, is meant to be an aid to facilitate sound decision making. It should always be remembered that good policy is not a silver bullet. It's not a magic wand. And it's not a panacea. It's an effort to deal with issues and concerns and provide solutions to problems which organizations deal with. Policy is not meant to be a straitjacket to prevent the discussion of ideas and solutions to issues. And therefore, we must ensure that no matter what our policy says, we have a culture that encourages discussion, that encourages difference, that encourages in public forums the open presentation of ideas and differences with the effort and concern and attempt to come up with the best solutions possible. Thank you.
Trustee Herdman, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I remember when I was talking with several Calgary community members about the role of trustee and the role of the board. And I brought up the fact that we're a corporate board. And the people said, no, you can't be a corporate board. You can't be a politician and be on a corporate board. That doesn't make sense. And I would point them to now what is section 77.1 of the Education Act, where it says, for each public school division, the minister shall by order establish a board, and the members of the board are a corporation with a name in the following form: the Board of Trustees of, for us, the Calgary School Division. Being on a member of a board is very different, as other trustees have alluded to, than what most people consider a politician should be. People expect their politicians to be constantly speaking out about every single issue that may be coming forward, and they expect them to act more as individuals, especially on a board where there's no parties. I think the public generally understands that when you're a member of a political party, that the party has to speak as one voice. But when they see a group of individuals elected to a board, they expect us to all speak as individuals. And they're saying, why aren't you, as my individual trustee, speaking on my individual behalf? And it's very difficult for people to understand the role of a corporate board. And I would disagree with my colleague, Trustee Hare, that our policies are there to enable us to make the best decisions possible for the system. Our policies are there to enable our chief superintendent to make the best decisions for our system. They are the guiding principles, the priorities that we set. A lot of operational decisions are delegated to the chief superintendent, and it is our job to monitor those policies to ensure that they are being followed. It is not our job to be making decisions around every aspect of the organization. And yet I agree that this is sometimes what many members of the public believe our job should be. Whenever they have an operational concern, they come to us and say, well, you should be fixing this. Say, no, we have a concerns and complaints process in our policies to deal with concerns and complaints. And ultimately, we delegate a lot of those operational concerns to our chief superintendent. And it is very different governing through policy than governing through decisions that are made seemingly all over the place. Our decisions are whether or not our chief superintendent is doing a good job. Ultimately, that is our decision, and that is the purpose of our governance commitments. And I think that is what is listed in this policy. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Herdman. You just ran out of time, so that's good. All right, thank you. Trustee Bradshaw, you're up next.
Thank you. So I want to kind of share a story. Maybe it was 2 years ago, oh man, a year and a half ago now, we passed a motion about transportation, and I had voted against it. I failed at that meeting to convince my colleagues that my way of thinking was the right way. That came up a couple more times, and I'm not bringing this up to belabor the issue. It came up a couple more times, and I think as a trustee, I certainly had connections within the community and friends. I mean, my son's in an alternative program to kind of bring the issue front facing to the board and make the board deal with it. And I chose not to because I realized I wouldn't be doing my colleagues or the board any favor, which was like a tough decision at the time, because like that decision was impactful to me. And I'm bringing the story up because there's an after part of this story. So right after that happened, like I think within a couple months, we entered into the pandemic. And last year, last school year, we had way less riders on the buses. The fees were high, but I think a lot of people, because they were working at home, had the ability to take their kids to school themselves, and or they were keeping them at home and doing Hub Online, which is good, I guess. And then at the end of the year, our administration said, hey, we're going to refund all the fees, so everyone's getting free busing, which I really hadn't ever considered being an option when I was arguing that in the first place. And this year, this upcoming school year, we're seeing a huge drop in fees. And I guess my point is, I think if I'd have chosen that path, and I think every trustee can do that, they have it within themselves, it probably would have really hurt my relationship with my colleagues, and made the board look bad. And I didn't think that would be the right thing to do. And I guess time kind of bore that out. And I wanted to consider that in the context of GC2 and the decisions we have to make as trustees, because sometimes they're like the decision itself is not easy, but then how we manage that ourselves is also very difficult. It can be difficult to do the right thing, and we all want to, and it's not always clear what that is. So I just kind of wanted to share that today.
Thank you, Trustee Bradshaw. And any other trustees for second round of debate? Okay, last call for second round of debate. Trustee Adams, do you wish to close?
I do, thank you. When I started my opening, I just read the first line of 2.2. But throughout debate, now that I've heard everything, I really think it's important for me to read out the entire 2.2, which is the board will function as a single unit. The opinions and personal strengths of individual members will be used to the board's best advantage, but the board will faithfully make decisions as a group by formal vote. No officer, individual trustee, or committee of the board will be permitted to limit the board's performance or prevent the board from fulfilling its commitments. And in 2.3 we say, the board is responsible for its own performance and commits itself to continuous improvement. These are really, really important. And I think it's been talked about a lot already, but we do function as a single unit. And what's coming up in some later GCs, and I think it's GC7, we actually talk about how once a decision of the board is made, we also, whether or not you agreed with the decision, we all support the decision of the board. And these are really, really important because again, these are our governance culture policies. This is the culture we want to have as a board. And those particular items, 2.2 and 2.3, have not changed. Those are the exact same ones that we had at the start of our term, and we're not even changing them now. That's not even the part of this that's changing, which tells me that we as a board have actually really embraced those ideas. So yeah, I just want to close with that, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. So trustees, I'll call on you each now individually for your vote in favor or opposed to the motion. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor?
Trustee Hrdlicka?
In favor.
Trustee Herdman?
In favor.
I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. So I would request now that a trustee bring forward the second motion regarding Governance Culture 2 policy.
That the Board of Trustees give second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture GC2, Governing Commitments Policy, as provided in attachment 2 to the report.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions about the motion? All right, so the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees give second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture 2, Governing Commitments Policy, attachment 2 to the report. Trustee Herdman, will you please open debate?
I think as part of the debate for GC1, I already explained why we're doing both readings at the same meeting, so I will leave it there in the interest of time. Thanks.
Great, thank you. All right, any other trustees for first round of debate? Trustee Bradshaw, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just want to, since we can, talk a little bit about GC 2.4. So while we were working on all this stuff, the corporate secretary and I went away and started working on a skills matrix for trustees. I remember putting it together, and I had divided it between, I guess, each of the departments and superintendents, so that it was kind of manageable and just understanding the depth and breadth of our role as trustees and how difficult it can be. So we came up with a very long list of competencies that trustees might want to have when we're doing this role. And I kind of like, this seems like a lot. Maybe we need to cut this down a little bit, which is really tough because what we do as trustees is so widespread. And it can be really difficult to come into this role and really understand completely all these things. And like you said, you feel overwhelmed, like you're drinking from a fire hose or Niagara Falls, because it's so challenging. So I think I'm glad we have this in here and we're keeping it in here. And I think even improving on it for future boards is building on the knowledge and abilities of the trustees so that we have the chance to do our jobs really well and build our knowledge through the job, because new trustees are going to come into this role and there's so much to learn, and you feel sometimes like especially, I mean, you're sitting in the room with, say, Trustee Herdman, who's been doing this for a long time and really understands the role, and that can be a little intimidating because there's so much to know. But over time, I think we all, if you look at where we started to where we are now, we all have a much better idea of all the different facets of our job as trustees and the entire organization. So thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Bradshaw. Go ahead, Trustee Hare.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to chat just for a second on this because, like Trustee Bradshaw said, I guess we can. The concern about the boards acting as a single unit, clearly that has to be what we do. But I think we have to understand that there can be differences of opinion as we get to a certain decision. And if it's done in public, I think, of course, the trustee who may have had that concern is clearly entitled to explain why he or she felt that way. But at the end of the day, I believe they have to say, yes, I presented it. My position did not succeed with my colleagues. And so I am hopeful that the motion which passed will be implemented and somehow manage to handle the concerns which I raised. I think we have an opportunity to do this, providing we are accepting of the fact that we all bring some merit to the table. We all have the best interests of the students of Calgary Public at heart, and that none of us have a surefire answer to everything. And so, once again, I will support this motion, but once again, it becomes a question of culture and discipline, and I believe a fair degree of latitude is in the best interest of all. Thank you.
Great. Any other trustees for our first round of debate? And last call for our first round of debate. Moving to second round of debate. Any trustees for second round of debate? Last call for second round of debate. And Trustee Herdman, do you wish to close?
I'm good, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. So trustees, I'll call on each of you now for your vote in favor or opposed to the motion. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
Thank you. Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Thank you. Trustee Hare?
In favor?
Trustee Hrdlicka?
In favor.
Trustee Herdman?
In favor.
Thank you. I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. Thank you. So moving on to GC3, I would request that a trustee bring forward a motion regarding Governance Culture 3 policy, please.
That the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Governance Culture GC3 Board Job Description Policy as provided in Attachment 3 to the report.
All right, thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions about the motion? Okay, so the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Governance Culture, GC3, Board Job Description Policy, Attachment 3 to this report. Trustee Bradshaw, would you please open debate?
Sure, thank you. So I want to start off by thanking Chair Dennis and Trustee Adams for the work that went on with this. It was a lot of work. It was tough work. I think we had some like really challenging conversations throughout this work to try and I think kind of meet the obligations and the expectations of the public, which is tricky. I think it's important to mention we surveyed organizations across North America to come up with, I think, the best policy that would work for our organization. And I think we had to take pieces from one place, pieces from another place, and put them with ours. And then I think we called it CBE-izing some of that work, just so it fit with kind of how we do things. It was tough because I think we start out like do you have to start out, do you want to rename schools? I think is the question you start out with, and that's tricky because that's a big Pandora's box. And then that really, for me, I know, turned into, well, if we are going to rename schools, how are we going to do that? What's it going to look like, and what's gonna tell me as a trustee, this representative of people living in Calgary, is that this name change wants to happen. I kind of referenced earlier, we hear a lot from the public, and is it one person, is it 10 people, 100, 1,000? Like, it's really tough to weigh those things out sometimes as a trustee, in terms of like what's enough. So with that in mind, we kind of came up with 3 triggers. And I think to some extent they've kind of always been there, but we wanted to identify them here. The first was trustee initiated. We have a very, I think, good agenda planning process by which trustees can bring motions forward to the board. It's thorough, it's rigorous, but I think it helps trustees make good decisions. And we also had embedded in there the opportunity for a petition to come forward from the public, telling us that, yeah, we want a school renamed. We put the trustee part first, because I think the expectation is come to your trustee, talk to them, and that's probably going to trigger this process. My 3 minutes is up.
Thank you, Trustee Bradshaw. Any other trustees for our first round of debate? Trustee Hrdlicka, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so when I look at this policy, in particular, the work that was done around renaming, I do want to thank the 3 trustees that were involved in that process. I recognize that there's a lot of work. I actually worked on that about a year ago, so I do recognize the research and the amount of digging that you have to do in order to address that. So I do appreciate the work that's been done. What I would say is an emergent motion, and as Trustee Bradshaw has mentioned, and a trustee agenda request form are 2 main ways that the board would consider looking at reviewing the name of a school. Yet when a trustee used these 2 mechanisms previously within the last few months, they were not supported by a majority of trustees. The only other option to trigger a review of a name is through a petition with 5,000 signatures. I would say this is an unreasonable request of the public.
Trustee Hrdlicka, sorry, I just want to provide a point of clarification. I've stopped your time here so that you won't be losing any of your time. Just to clarify, we don't have an emergent motion, but we have an ability to add an item to agenda as an emergent item, not as an emergent motion. So just want to be clear about that information.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah,
emergent
thank you.
Item to be added to an agenda request form, and to an agenda. I guess I'll go back if I could do that, please. So the only other option to trigger a review of a name is through a petition with 5,000 signatures. Again, I do think this is unreasonable, and I believe the board is creating unnecessary barriers for this process to fairly occur. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, my microphone doesn't want to turn on. Thank you, Trustee Hudlicka. Any other trustees for first round of debate?
Sorry, I just had a point of information.
Yes.
It's actually for Trustee Adams, who, as vice chair, is the chair of agenda planning. Did we ever deny a request to for a motion on renaming?
No, we have not. And actually, I believe there's going to be a report coming to the board, I want to say in the fall, with all the agenda requests that we have had and their status and what happened to them.
Thanks.
All right. Any other trustees for first round of debate?
I think I'm in the queue. You may have missed it. I apologize.
Sure. Go ahead, Trustee Hare.
Yeah. This, of course, is very significant, and I think at the end of the day, we've come a long ways. I think it's well known that for 3.5 years in various formats, I have brought up the concern with the need to rename Langevin School. Eventually, I did try to bring it up as a emergent topic, and I was hoping that it would be discussed and it would move to a motion. That, of course, that did not happen. I also, of course, submitted a motion to the agenda planning. Personally, I believe I did a great deal of work and a very lengthy exposition as to why the motion should be brought forward. But at that time, it did not reach the criteria to move forward. And in fairness to the committee, they said that they were not stopping the motion. They were simply saying it needed more work. So, you know, you can take that for what it's worth. But where I'm going on this is that the petition has to be real and meaningful and possible. Just in case somehow, for some reason, the board ends up being embroiled in finding it hard to move on a certain issue. So I think that point has to be well taken. I think we've brought forward the school naming review committee, but the petition, in my mind, once it's garnered, once it would have received, shall we say, 1,000, that it would go to the school renaming committee, and they then would decide whether it has merit or not. So I think we've got the possibility for moving forward here, but clearly 5,000 versus 1,000 is certainly a challenge. Thank you.
Trustee Herdman, go ahead, please.
Thank you. It seems we're mostly talking about the school renaming here, so I will focus my comments on that as well. In GC2, which we just passed, we talked about functioning as a single unit, but we also say no officer, individual trustee, or committee of the board will be permitted to limit the board's performance or prevent the board from fulfilling its commitments. And we could probably put in there no member of the public should be able to do that as well, or no small group of the public should be able to determine the agenda of the board. I think the reason why it is in provincial law that a petition must have 5,000 signatures is to actually ensure that multiple petitions are not distracting the board from its core work, which is the governance of the Calgary Board of Education. It has been implied also that it is very difficult to get an item on the agenda. With this new policy, I do not think it will be very difficult at all for any trustee going forward to get a name review onto the agenda, because we have made it so clear. The reason perhaps why trustees may have felt frustrated in the past was because we didn't have a policy in place. And that was what we were working on and wanted to have, because we understood that this is not just about any single name of a school. This is about all names on all schools, people and not people. We had to have a policy that encompassed everything. And so I don't think that in the future it will be very difficult at all for a trustee to bring forward a motion around renaming a school now that this policy is in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Adams.
Thank you. Yes, I 100% agree with Trustee Herdman. What was interesting about the policy before is that it said that we could rename, but it was silent on everything else. It was silent on how we would move forward, what that would look like. And so there was no path forward. And I agree with Trustee Herdman that I think now that we clearly have it in here, it's going to be much simpler for someone to do that, because we now do have a clear way for all of them to move forward. Because I agree, this isn't just about the name of one school. It's going to be about the name of all of our schools. So we really needed to have a policy that really encompassed and embraced all of that, instead of just focusing on what it might look like for one school if we decide to go down that path. So I'm really proud of the work that has been done, and I think it's a really solid policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. So Corporate Secretary, can I ask you, sorry, my debate, I'm going to be pushing to get it in on 3 minutes, and I just don't want to be watching the clock, so I can just get my debate in. Can you just interrupt me if I go over, please?
Yes, I can do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so GC3 is our board job description. A significant amendment to this policy includes changes related to the board consideration of the names of the organization, schools, portions of schools, school grounds, and other CBE facilities. In February, the board agreed that it would pursue the development of a process for how we would evaluate names of our facilities for the purposes of considering a name change. A really quick word of appreciation: it was a great privilege to serve alongside Trustees Bradshaw and Adams to bring a draft of this work to the board. This was by far the most challenging and complex policy work that I've been part of since joining the board in 2017. The conversations were difficult and passion-filled, yet we created a space where we could challenge each other's thinking, safely talk through our ideas and opinions, arrive at consensus on what should be presented to the board for their feedback and input. I'd also like to recognize the contributions of the remainder of the board. It was the coming together of the board and the valuable discussions that led to the policy changes that are before us today. As we set out to recommend this policy adjustment and the development of the process that would provide the foundation to this work, the expectations we put on ourselves were extremely high. This work is important, and we were committed to getting it right. We wanted to create something that will serve not only this board, but boards to come. Adjust policy and develop a process that would be used for any range of reasons as to why the board may examine the name of one of our facilities. This was never about one school or one name, but how we could consider all names. Provide a clear path which will see the process rooted right from the beginning in the voice from the public, as evidenced by 3.8 AII. The interest of the public is not necessarily singular. Respect the fact that we are an education organization. Learning is our central purpose, is one of our core values. Develop something that allows trustees to make well-informed and unbiased decisions. Ensure that space is created to hear from impacted stakeholders and experts. Provide clarity around what criteria the board might use to consider the name of a facility. Maintain maximum flexibility in how the board can engage in this work and have every tool available to it. Get this process in place quickly so that we weren't leaving the next board with something that is unfinished. In our early meetings, I wasn't sure that we could get here this quickly, but with the commitment of my fellow trustees and with support from our admin, we've arrived. And what you see today in 3.8 captures all of that. All right, trustees, that is, everyone has participated in the first round of debate. Going to move to second round of debate now. So any trustees for second round of debate? Trustee Hare, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too would like to thank Trustee Bradshaw, Trustee Adams, and Chair Dennis for their work on this proposal which they brought forward. Trustee Herdlicki and I worked on this for some time, and actually many of the components which we suggested are incorporated in this, and so I'm very pleased to see that clearly this is better, and it is moving us forward. I think in all honesty, we must understand that the reason, or part of the impetus, was once again the revelations of the atrocities of the 215 children's graves at the Kamloops Residential Indian School. And so this is clearly an appropriate time to deal with it. I certainly hope, as my colleague Trustee Herdman has said, that now it will be easy to move forward on this issue. Because as you all know, I didn't find it that way when I was trying to bring it forward. So, okay, we're doing this now. We're moving forward. And I think we have the opportunity to provide success, because we know that there are going to be other schools, that there are going to be other issues which will need to be dealt with. And so long as we deal with it fairly and equitably, honestly and transparently, I think we do a great deal to enhance our reputation as a board. Thank you.
Trustee Herdlicka, go ahead, please.
Sure, thank you. You know, since this has clearly been shown to be of public interest, we should be debating this issue when it comes to the board in public. As it's written now, if the name review committee brings forward a recommendation for the board, it will take place behind closed doors. I believe our public should see where trustees stand on these important issues. We are at an important time in history. Truth and reconciliation, anti-racism, and discrimination are blowing the lid off of our institutions. It's an opportunity to be talking about issues that we've been silent on for so long. Issues like having leaders' names on our schools who perpetrated genocide. If we have these discussions behind closed doors, we are continuing the veil of secrecy, which has been maintained, and I would argue strengthened racism and oppression. Thank you.
Any other trustees for a second round of debate? All right, I'll be happy to enter second round. Sorry, I'm just starting my timer. Apologize. Okay, so the strength of the policy adjustments in 3.8 and related process is that it is steeped in the voice of the public. It is transparent because the public is involved in every step. So not only by way of, for example, the petition as a trigger, but also on the name review committee and also on school naming committees. We have public members involved in both of those committees. It is relevant to all situations where a review of a school's name may be desired or necessary. So it's not specific to one race, religion, or event in history. For example, if the city of Calgary changes the name of a neighborhood and there is a school named after that neighborhood and the community decides it wants the board to consider something different, the process allows for that. It creates time and space to engage, educate, and be educated, which supports a well-informed decision. It works to keep the pathway to the decision clear of bias, ensuring the public that every opinion counts and it doesn't restrict the board from utilizing any tool available to it, or to stop the board from reviewing to stop the board from reviewing a name, nor does it negate the board's ability to take action related to devastating events. I would also add that the development of these policy adjustments was not done in isolation. It was informed through the examination of policies and experiences from approximately 20 different organizations across North America. Good policy is specific enough to support and guide the board in their work in providing good governance and oversight, but it's not so prescriptive that it becomes a hindrance. The amendments to GC3 support that and position this board and boards of the future for success in these matters. So trustees, any other trustees for second round of debate? Last call for second round of debate.
Have I already spoken twice, Madam Chair?
Yes, you have. You spoke in the first round and also in the second round.
Well, that's all I get. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Trustee Hare. All right. So Trustee Bradshaw, do you wish to close?
I sure do. Trustee Hare just made a really interesting point for me, and I'll talk about that in a sec. So I saw something when this the renaming discussions were happening out in the public sphere. I saw something. It was on Twitter, and I feel shame for looking at that. But it was that our job is to make motions. We make motions, go have a motion, and decide what to do. It's true. However, we want to do this stuff well. When I look at what it takes to make a motion and pass something, when we do that, especially in a public meeting, we get 2 3-minute periods of debate. So with 6 of us, we would be making a decision to rename a school with 36 minutes of debate. And that doesn't seem like enough for me. And obviously, in some ways, isn't enough for Trustee Hare because he still wants to talk about this, which is totally fair. I don't think my 6 minutes here is enough either. When we were deciding to do this, we want a ton of information to help us make these decisions. We want community feedback. We want to hear if it's an issue that affects the Indigenous community. We want to hear from elders and members of the Indigenous community. If it's affecting other communities in Calgary, we want to hear from them too. When I think as a trustee, if it's brought to me, I want to make the best decision. If it's something that's impacting kids and they don't feel comfortable in their school, I want to hear about that. Those are very impactful things, and I want to make the best decision for our communities and for the CBE. And we'll talk about that a little later with our naming consideration group. But that was really important to me as we were kind of doing this work, that we aren't making this decision. We might come up with the same decision whether we had the 36 minutes of debate or we had all this information and consultation. But I think it's so important to have that consultation. And I think when people haven't had that consultation, it has not worked. Other organizations, it hasn't worked out well for them. And I guess I do want to point out that when we do have in-camera discussions, all our votes take place in public, and all those votes are recorded for the public to see. So you're not able to, I guess, hide those decisions, and that felt important to say. So I think that's it.
Thank you, Trustee Bradshaw. Trustee Hare, I see that you've put a C in the chat. You have used both of your rounds of debate for this, and now debate is closed, but I'm just checking in with you to see, did you put that in there because you have a question?
No, that's fine. I somehow got it up there and I tried to pull it back, and anyway, it's all good. Thank you.
Okay, yep, thanks, Trustee Hare. All right, trustees, I'm going to call on each of you now individually for your vote in favor or opposed to the motion. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor?
Trustee Hrdlicka,
Opposed.
Trustee Herdman.
In favor.
I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. Thank you. I would request that a trustee now bring forward the second motion regarding Governance Culture 3 policy, please.
That the Board of Trustees give second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture GC3 Board Job Description Policy as provided in Attachment 3 to the report.
Thank you very much. Trustees, do you have any questions on the motion? Well, Trustee Hrdlicka, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to bring an amendment forward. Do I wait until that's on the floor? The motion's read?
Yes, I'll go ahead and put the motion on the floor. So the motion is that the Board of Trustees give second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture GC3 Board Job Description Policy as provided in Attachment 3 to this report. So go ahead, Trustee Hrdlicka.
So I would like to bring forward an amendment. That's okay?
Yeah, of course.
All right. That the Board of Trustees give second reading on the amendment of GC3 Board Job Description Policy as provided in Attachment 3 of the report on or before September 30th, 2021.
Okay, thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions about the amendment? Trustee Hare, go ahead.
Trustee Hrdlicka may raise this in debate, but I guess the essence of my question, the purpose and obviously what is hoped to be accomplished by waiting till that date. Thank you.
So go ahead, Trustee Hrdlicka, you can answer the question.
Yeah, I would say that that would be part of my debate.
So Trustee Hrdlicka, yeah, I want to make sure that you do protect your debate. Is there a way that you can please answer the question so that all trustees are considering the same information as we make the decision?
Sorry, I need you to clarify what you mean. Yeah,
so there's been a question on your amendment. So Trustee Hare has asked a question on your amendment. And so I'm just wondering, can you provide information to Trustee Hare and the rest of the board around the amendment?
He was just asking if I was going to say it in my debate, and I said yes, I would be answering that question in my debate. Because it's part of my debate. Fine. I mean, I can share it now, but it's part of my debate, and Chair, I look to you at, if you want me to start my debate.
Yeah, I don't want you to start your debate, so that's fine. If Trustee Hare has withdrawn his question, then that's fine. All right. So, are there any further questions about the amendment motion? All right, Trustee Hrdlicka, please go ahead and open debate.
Thank you. As trustees, part of our obligation as representatives of the CBE is to engage our public on issues that impact them. I would argue that the government's new assurance model highlights this very idea. Calgarians want a voice in the decisions we make. Instead of making this decision today, I would like to give our community the summer months to look over this policy and share their feedback on what triggers are appropriate for the board to consider when renaming a school before we do second reading and final reading in September. As a Board of Trustees, we have said we are prioritizing inclusion and diversity and have made commitment to anti-racism through CBE Cares. Yet we have not at any point engaged with the Elders Advisory Council or CBE Cares Advisory or its members while writing this policy. I heard clearly the dialogue through CBE Cares that renaming was important to staff, students, and guardians, yet their voice is not at all in this policy. I urge you to give our community time to engage with us on this issue and do second reading in September. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Trustee Hrdlicka. And sorry, I'm just going to back up and I need to read the amendment to the motion onto the floor, and I apologize, I skipped that step. The amendment is that the Board of Trustees give second reading to the amendments of DC3 policy as provided in attachment 3 of the report on or before September 30th, 2021. So I apologize. So now it is on the floor. Thank you, Trustee Hrdlicka, for opening debate. Are there any trustees for first round of debate on the amendment, please? Right, I'll call again for trustees on first round of debate on the amendment.
I think Trustee Hare put his.
Sorry, I am missing those today. I apologize. Thank you, Trustee Bradshaw. Go ahead, Trustee Hare.
Yeah, I'm going to speak in favor of the amendment. There is no doubt that the Langevin issue created interest not only in Calgary, but essentially all across Canada. Although I believe there was an urgency in us moving to deal with Langevin long before we eventually did, I think now we have an opportunity to really get it right. And now is the time to get it right. And that will be, I think, by asking for community interest. And Trustee Hrdlicka has mentioned a couple of the groups who we may wish to contact in regard to this. I think that's the issue here. Clearly, a couple months seeking public input is excellent. I must also state that I've greatly enjoyed the public debate. It has been time for it, and I'm sure the public appreciates hearing the various views put forward. Thank you.
Trustee Bradshaw, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm not supporting the amendment. This is a tough year to be, I guess, wrapping up this work. And it's part of the reason I'm not. So we're heading into, I don't even know what we're calling it. I hope a post-COVID summer, a reopening, a complete reopening of our schools in the fall. There's things that are going to be happening this summer that people haven't been able to do for a year and a half. I think getting feedback is going to be tough from the entire community, because I just think people's minds are going to be all over the place this year, and that's totally fair because it has been a tough couple of years for everyone. I'm also mindful that we're approaching the end of our term, and with all this stuff, it becomes difficult. I guess my worry is we somehow, for one reason or another, aren't able to get this work done, and another board is inheriting an unfinished policy, and maybe they aren't able to finish it in the first year. I want people to be able to access this, people in the community to bring these issues forward. And I think the best path for everyone is to move forward right now. If we got something wrong, I think the next board will be able to fix it. But yeah, I just don't want to leave this work half done. I don't think that's fair to the next group coming in.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Adams.
Yeah, I agree with Trustee Bradshaw. I think it's really important that we close the loop on this work. And as we know, things can happen in the summer, and yes, you can get distracted and then you end up not being able to get work done. And I agree, I don't want to leave this hanging over another board. one of the things that I think is really great, and actually we've lived this when we looked at our school closing. We went through a process, we realized that we needed to tweak it, and we went out there and we tweaked it. So I guess the good part about this is that while it's in policy right now, it can be changed. And a new board maybe will live it and be like, you know what, we need to make some adjustments to this policy. And that's the beauty of policy. It's a living document. So yeah, so I think that's really important to recognize as well. So I'm really looking forward to getting this work done and to completing the circle. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Herdman, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So normally I am always in support of more time and further community engagement. I think my record would show that over the many years. However, in this case, I would say that there is a reason why school boards try to avoid, whenever possible, making any policy changes in the month before the election. I think it's one thing when the public wants to make something an election issue. I think it's something very different if the school board is making something an election issue. And by bringing any real substantive policy changes forward right before an election, that is the board making something an election issue. So I'm perfectly fine with any members of the public making any issue an election issue. I am not okay with the board making something an election issue. I want us to clean up our policies right now to put the future board in the best place possible going forward. I mean, considering we didn't even have a policy before, this new policy is infinitely better than what we had before. And yes, there may need to be changes made to it, and that is fine. And the new board can make those changes to it if necessary and have some time. And maybe it will be an election issue where trustee candidates will be hearing from their constituents about it. And that would be perfectly okay. But then those new trustees that are coming onto the board will have had that feedback, and then they can bring forward those changes after they are elected. Thanks.
Thank you. We have been accused of moving too slowly sometimes. CBE is a large organization. There are lots of dynamics and factors that we need to take into consideration with every decision that we make. And, speaking completely frankly, I think I have felt a significant amount of frustration, that this work wasn't actually done before. I felt as though this board was left hanging with, a policy that says the word renaming in it, but nothing to back it up, no criteria, no path forward. And that has been a frustration. I think that it has been, unfair to this group of trustees and quite frankly, unfair to the public. And so, I do think that this is our best thinking that we have in front of us today. I think that, that the situation around, and the conversations that we have around how we commemorate people and their actions, that's a situation and a conversation that is evolving. And it's possible that this, policy and the process attached to it may require some adjustment at some point. And future boards will be able to make those adjustments if they wish. So, however, I do think we need to give an opportunity for the next board to live with this and to work with it and see how it works. Like Trustee Adams said, with our school closure policy, we made some adjustments, worked with it, thought maybe it needed a few more adjustments, so we adjusted. So there will be an opportunity to do that. I guess I don't want to risk stalling this work and having it not be completed before the next board is in place. I felt like we were left hanging, and I'm not willing to do that to the next board. So I am definitely comfortable proceeding to second reading today. All right, trustees, for second round of debate, I see Trustee Hare, have you got your, sorry, Looking at the chat and I see a hand up here. So Trustee Hare, do you have your hand up for second round of debate?
Yes,
Sorry,
I do, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm starting to cover myself off on all bases. Okay. I think the debate on this is excellent, and I appreciate the concerns that have been raised by Trustee Herdman, Trustee Bradshaw, and others. I do respect that. I still stand by the fact that the rush is over and that the public is interested. I think the public is pleased that we're moving on this. The public may wonder, as I wonder, why we didn't name the school Reconciliation School. But that can come forward as time goes forward. I notice Calgary Catholic has actually put out a bit of a survey in regards to seeing what their public feels about the Bishop Grandin School name. So we have other opportunities to get input and get it quickly. Clearly, of course, September we can expect the election to heat up, and I'm sure this will become an issue. But nonetheless, I think broadly we can state that we have in place a policy renaming and naming, which essentially will end up happening with perhaps some tweaking depending upon our input. So I think I'm going to support the amendment, and not that I don't understand and have some respect for the arguments that have been presented against it, but I think clearly today it would be in the best interest for us to support the amendment. Thank you.
Any other trustees for second round of debate? Trustee Hare, if you could take your hand down, that would be helpful. Thank you so much. So any other trustees for second round of debate? And last call for second round of debate. Trustee Herdlicka, do you wish to close?
Yeah, I do. Thanks. And I appreciate the comments from my fellow trustees on this issue. This really is important, and I know there has been a lot of work that has gone into this, and I can definitely hear from my trustees that we want to move this policy forward, and I can see that. I would say at no time am I interested in dumping this onto the new board when it's unfinished. That's not what my motion is about. I want it cleaned up in September and done before the election. That's what I'm hoping for and why I'm bringing this forward. We are 6 people. We represent 250 schools and 13,000 staff, 122,000 students, hundreds of thousands of parents, guardians, and citizens in Calgary. Beyond that, the issue of renaming school is not only a local issue, but a national and international issue. It's happening around the world, and people want their voices heard as we pull off the mask of history and expose truths and move towards reconciliation. We have heard this clearly from our teachers, which, we have 8,000 teachers. We heard from students and community. The Calgary Alliance for the Common Good, 30,000 people clearly told us that Langevin's name needed to change and that they are concerned about naming of schools. So our community is very interested in this issue, and that will continue. There are many people concerned about this, and this will continue through the summer. Previously, when the board updated their operational expectations in 2017, we engaged with the public, soliciting feedback on these important policies before we pass them. We should do the same here. We have an opportunity to embrace and learn from our community about the importance of renaming. We could have done better with Langevin. We can't change that, but we can do better now moving forward. Finally, I would like to say trustees have had very little time as a board to look at this report. We have had one opportunity prior to this. More time over the summer months would help us understand the implications of this policy and make changes if needed. I would ask you to please support this motion to engage community on this policy over the next few months. Thank you.
All right, trustees, I'm going to call on you now for your individually for your vote in favor or opposed to the amendment. Trustee Adams.
Opposed.
Trustee Bradshaw.
Opposed.
Trustee Hare.
In favor.
Trustee Hrdlicka.
In favor.
Trustee Herdman.
Opposed.
I also oppose, so that motion fails. So we will now debate and vote on the main motion, which is that the Board of Trustees gives second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture 3, Board Job Description Policy, Attachment 3 to this report. Trustee Hrdlicka, Trustee Herdman, will you please open debate?
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I have another motion coming forward, I believe.
One moment. So I believe you have a motion coming forward, but actually your next motion would only be relevant if the second reading passes. Right, so your motion would only be relevant if the second reading passes, because then the policy becomes in place. Right now, we haven't given it second reading, so the policy doesn't live yet. It's still in limbo. And so I believe the amendment you want to bring forward is around a policy that is not currently in place. So it will need to come after second reading.
Okay, I can. And are we talking about the same motion? I hope we're talking about the same motion around the petition.
Marilyn, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Chair Dennis, are you still there? Sorry, Trustee Hill, I actually got kicked out myself a few minutes ago, so maybe there's something going on in the system.
Right. Perhaps Corporate Secretary Minor could help us out.
Yes, Corporate Secretary Minor, can you tell me, is Marilyn still, Chair Dennis still here? It says on my screen that she's leaving. Oh, and you can't unmute. Oh dear. Maybe we should take a 5-minute recess while we get this sorted out. Would that be okay? Corporate Secretary Minor, is that okay if we take 5 minutes then? You can't unmute. I'm going to call it. Let's take 5 minutes and let's see if we can get our technical issues sorted out. So we will come back at 2:35. Thank you. Hi, everyone. It's just going to be another minute. We're just getting Chair Dennis back now. Thanks.
Hey, everybody. So sorry about that. My screen started to freeze up about 35 minutes ago off and on. I understand Trustee Adams has also had some trouble staying in the meeting, and our corporate secretary is having challenge with being able to turn her microphone off and on. So I hope we don't kind of end up where we did at a previous meeting where the link stops working effectively. So we'll just keep an eye on it, and if we need to shut down this link and open up a different one, we will. But thanks for your patience, everybody. All right, so where we are at is Trustee Herdman, your opening debate, please.
So sorry, my apologies. Can we get some clarity? I am supposed to be, I believe I'm bringing the second motion forward on this particular policy.
Yes, you are.
Before. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
you are bringing it forward, but you're doing it after it's the policy is given second reading, because if the policy does not pass second reading, the policy doesn't live. So, so the amendment that you want to bring forward is only relevant if the policy actually passes, because right now the item that you want to the item that you're wanting to bring an amendment forward doesn't actually exist yet for us because we haven't passed the policy.
Okay, thanks.
You betcha. No problem. All right, Trustee Herdman, go ahead with first round of debate, please.
Sorry, I have a point of information. If Trustee Hrdlicka is planning on bringing forward an amendment to the actual policy wording, would that be going through first and second reading afterwards?
Sorry, perhaps I can help Trustee Chair Dennis through to Trustee Herdman. The motion that Trustee Hrdlicka is proposing is about that the Board of Trustees directs the Chief to amend Administrative Regulation 1007. And so that motion cannot actually move forward until GC3 has been finalized, because as it sits right now, GC3 policy has not been finalized to include the language around the petition in accordance with Administrative Regulation 1007. So it's not about an amendment to GC3, it's a motion with respect to the AR that's referenced in GC3.
Thank you for that clarification. I thought it was an amendment to the actual policies that we're doing right now. So we're back to the main motion on second reading. I think we've already discussed this issue a lot. I anticipate that the new board will have several names that will be coming forward for them to consider renaming, probably fairly close to the beginning of their term. And so I'm glad that we are considering second reading right now, so that we are setting a new board up with a clear process for how that work can be accomplished. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other trustees for a first round of debate? I see that our chief has lost audio, so yeah, if anyone is experiencing challenges, if you could put that in the chat just so that we can know what's happening, and if people are sort of moving in and out of the meeting, and if we continue to have trouble with this link, then we'll establish a new link for the meeting to continue. Trustee Hare, go ahead, please.
Yeah. At this time, I will support the motion, although I have to re-emphasize that Trustee Hrdlicka's amendment would have simply seen that the motion or the policy would have been addressed in the September meeting, and so clearly when the new board arrives in October, that would have been in place. But be that as it may, I will support this motion. Thank you.
Trustee Bradshaw, go ahead, please.
Okay. Sorry, too many things going on at once. Thanks. So in our discussion on the amendment. In debate, someone had said the rush is over. And I want to say, I don't think the rush is over. I think it's just starting. We're at a time where we see groups and ideas like Black Lives Matters and Truth and Reconciliation pushing issues forward like never before. And I think that's okay. I think it's good. People have voices now that have been silenced for a long time, and I want this policy to be there to help them with that. I kind of referenced this in my first round of debate on GC3, but I really believe trustees are most often going to be the route for school renaming. It's just easier to convince one person than 5,000. But I guess I'd ask, come talk to us. Send us an email to go for coffee. I don't think the barriers are there that maybe the public perception thinks there are. It's been signaled that Sir John A. Macdonald School could potentially be up for naming consideration in the future. And that's fine. I think that's a big conversation for Canadians to have. There's big implications in having the Prime Minister that was there at the founding of our nation involved in these discussions. And I think people we're almost at a time, and we might be at a time. I think that's why there's value in bringing stuff like that forward, where we're having those discussions, not just in places like social media, but in boardrooms as well. So I think overall it's important that we're moving this work forward. I'm glad we are. I think there's conversations that are happening that maybe I hope everyone's ready for. I guess we'll find out if everyone's ready for. But it's, yeah, these are kind of shaping the direction of our city, our school board, and that's really important. So that's it.
Thank you. You must be watching your time, Trustee Bradshaw, because you're always just a few seconds short of 3 minutes. So I guess I'll jump into first round of debate, and I know that our debate on this GC3 has really been, sort of focused on naming, but GC3 is the board job description, and it is about a lot more than just naming. So there's some other really good work that was done related to GC3, so I'm going to highlight a couple of those things now. Our role as the governors is oversight. It's not about the day-to-day operations of the organization. Trustees have a 30,000-foot view. We provide broad oversight. We have the opportunity to poke our noses into every corner of the organization, but we do keep our hands out. Managing the day-to-day operations is the job that has been delegated to our chief, not only through policy, but also through legislation. We provide oversight through the annual monitoring of our board policies. This board has completed quite a lot of work in relation to GC3, and I'm happy to highlight some of those significant pieces. Policies fall into 4 categories: results, which define the outcome the organization is expected to achieve for each student it serves; operational expectations define the non-negotiable expectations and clear boundaries within which the chief and staff must operate; governance culture, which are of course the policies that we're looking at today. And these define how individual and the collective of trustees come together to support a culture of good governance, and how the board will perform its work. So the board meeting procedures, job description, board purpose, our accountabilities, code of conduct, conflict of interest, and more. And finally, board chief superintendent relationship, which defines where the board has delegated authority to the chief. The adjustments we have made to the language in this portion of GC3 provides greater clarity. Right, and so trustees, still for first round of debate. Trustee Hrdlicka, go ahead, please.
Yeah, what I'm really liking in this discussion is that we are talking about, the importance of engaging with our public on these important issues, because the world is changing before our eyes right now, and there's a lot happening beyond, the walls of the CBE that are causing people to speak up and speak out. And in saying that, we also need policies that keep up with that open up any avenue possible for engagement with our public. We're talking about engagement, and we keep mentioning it, but again, we're closing people off to that engagement. And we're picking and choosing when engagement is appropriate and when it's not. And I'm finding that's occurring, and that to me is troubling. I certainly felt that during the Langevin issue. We were inundated as a board, inundated with concerns from the public and communities, organizations throughout the city, you know, and so I guess my concern is how is this policy making that engagement easier? Sure, we can have representatives on a committee, but still we're looking at the petition, 5,000 signatures you need. I have some real concerns that we can talk about engagement, but it's only when it works for us. And that's where my concern is. We're not hearing from the public on what they would like to see. And so that's my main concern. And there's other concerns too, but with this issue and so that's what I'll share from there.
Thank you. So Trustee Hare, I see that you have you're in the comment box again. You have already spent your debate time for first round, so I can call on you when we get to second round. Right, Trustee Adams. Thank you. Trustee Adams, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, since we're talking about engagement, I guess I would say one of the main ways that we always engage is through our dialogue framework, which is always open and it's always there for the public to engage. And we also even have it's right in, sorry, I now had to reopen up my policy here, in 3.3. Sorry, I just lost it, where we talk about engagement as well. Sorry, and it wasn't 3.3, but now oh yes, no, it is 3.3. In accordance with GC2 4D, initiate and maintain constructive two-way dialogue with students, employees, parents, and the citizens as a means to engage all stakeholders in the work of the board and the organization. So it's right there, and we do have the dialogue framework as well. And I know this is coming up later when we actually talk about the naming committee and the I forgot the name of the other one all of a sudden, but there's also lots of engagement in those as well. So there is lots of engagement happening there. I just wanted to say that and have that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. So each trustee, sorry, any trustees for, oh, sorry, every trustee, there's lots of rounds of debate, sorry. Every trustee has participated in first round of debate, so we're moving to second round of debate, and Trustee Hare, you're up first.
Thank you kindly. Just a quick comment. Trustee Bradshaw mentioned, of course, that I did say the rush is over. Although I might not have been clear, what I was referring to was the rush was over in regard to the Langevin School. Okay? Clearly, there are others that will come to the fore, but I guess I thought there was still some time to make sure we had the best process possible in place. Who knows? Perhaps over summer, a number of groups may well get together and decide that certain schools need to take part in this renaming issue. So that's fine. I just wanted to make that clarification. And as I have stated, I will basically support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other trustees for second round of debate?
Oh, I put a C in, Chair Dennis.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just in response to Trustee Hare, you know what, it was a really catchy quote, and it was too easy to pass up to use, and it really lent itself well to the rest of the thing. So thanks for that.
All right, any other trustees for our second round of debate? I guess again, I'll focus maybe on some of the other work that was done in related to GC3, because again, it's about so much more than just how we look at names. In 3.4E specifically, it references the board meeting procedures. Those procedures outline and identify things like where we are seated in the boardroom, when meeting materials are distributed, what business is conducted in public and private meetings, how the consent agenda works, the calling of a special meeting, debrief, how trustees can participate by electronic means if meeting in person isn't possible, corporate records of the meetings, how to go about getting an item added to the agenda, and so much more. The Education Act states that the board must establish policies and procedures governing the conduct of meetings of the board. Our board meeting procedures provide excellent clarity on all of these things. And yeah, leave it at that. Any other trustees for second round? And last call for second round. All right, trustees, I'll call on each of you individually now to indicate your vote in favor or opposed to the motion. Trustee Adams?
Did we miss a closing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I so apologize. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I don't need to close.
I'm sorry. Are you sure, Trustee Herman? I don't want to cut you off.
No,
Okay.
I'm fine.
Thank you. All right. Trustee Adams.
In favor.
Thank you. Trustee Bradshaw.
In favor.
Thank you. Trustee Hare.
In favor.
Trustee Herdlicka.
Opposed.
Trustee Herdman.
In favor.
And I also vote in favor. That motion carries. Thank you. All right. Are there any other motions connected to GC3?
That's me.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Notwithstanding the petition and public notice regulation 91/2019, the Board of Trustees directs the Chief Superintendent to amend Administrative Regulation 1007 to accept petitions for name review with 1,000 signatures of the electors.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions on the motion? Okay, so the motion on the floor is, notwithstanding the petition and public notice regulation.
Chair Dennis.
I'm sorry. Sorry, you know what's happening is I'm looking up, and then as soon as I look down to see where we're at, then your hands pop up on the screen and I'm not seeing them before that. So I apologize. I will wait a little bit longer. My worry is there's a delay somehow in Teams for me. So I apologize. All right, so we have Trustee Bradshaw, sorry, go ahead.
Sure. I guess why 1,000 is my question.
Yeah, and I can bring that up. It's part of my debate. It's after some research that I've done that I've based on that, I came to a number. And I can share that in the debate if that's okay.
I guess I'd like to make the most informed decision possible. Because I don't have that research in front of me. I'd like to, but I guess that's up to you.
Okay, I'll bring it forward into the debate.
I'm sorry, Trustee Adams, did I miss you?
No, I just put my cue in, but I believe Trustee Hare might be ahead of me if he has a question.
All right, Trustee, oh, I see Trustee Hare, you're using the raise hand feature. Go ahead.
Not sure if my question is for Julie or for Trish, but I'm very interested in the notwithstanding wording. Do we use this from time to time in our board meeting procedures? And I guess we do. And could I have an example as to where else we use it if that's the case? Thank you.
So we typically do not use the language of notwithstanding in board policy. This is not a board policy that Trustee Herdlicka is bringing forward. It's a motion. And so the motion is basically referencing that notwithstanding the requirement of the petition and public notice regulation, which for the size of the Calgary Board of Education would be 5,000 signatures, she would like it to just be that direct the chief to amend the AR to be 1,000. So it's not about amending board policy. It's about a motion that's on the floor with that language.
Trustee Adams, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I guess it's more of a point of information. I guess I'm wondering, can we have that regulation read, please?
Administrative Regulation 1007.
Because I believe there's more to it than just the size. Like, I just wanted to have the whole thing read. Like, what were the other requirements? I believe there's 3 requirements in that regulation for different sizes of boards, I seem to recall. Maybe Corporate Secretary Minor can help us out on that one.
Sorry, Trustee Adams, could I just ask for clarification? Do you want it to be the petition and public notice regulation, which sets out the different sizes of boards? That would be different than.
Sorry, I misspoke. Sorry, no, yes, that one.
Just one moment. I'm just going to get it and pull it up.
Thank you.
So if it's acceptable to the board, I won't read the entirety of the regulation because it's a few pages long, but subsection 2 sub 2 talks about this when a petition must be signed by at least, and so I'll read that and see if that is enough information or if the board would prefer more. So it says a petition must be signed by at least the lesser of 5,000 electors and the number of electors that is equal to 10% of the number of funded students of a board in a division, francophone, education region, or charter school having 5,000 or more funded students. Subsection B says the lesser of 500 electors and the number of electors that is equal to 25% of the number of funded students of the board in a division, the francophone education region or charter school having fewer than 5,000 but 1,000 or more funded students, or subsection C says the lesser of 250 electors and the number of electors that is equal to 40% of the number of funded students of the board in a division, francophone education region or charter school having fewer than 1,000 funded students.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any other questions on the motion? I'm looking at the screen to make sure I don't miss anybody. All right, so the motion on the floor is notwithstanding the petition and public notice regulation 91/2019, the Board of Trustees directs the Chief Superintendent to amend Administrative Regulation 1007 to accept petitions for name review with 1,000 signatories of the electors. All right, so now Trustee Hrdlicka, would you please open debate?
I sure can, thanks. In this policy, we outline reasons that would trigger a school name review. One way we've already discussed is if it's a board decides it's an emergent issue and puts it on an agenda, or if a trustee fills out a trustee agenda request form and gets it on the agenda and it's passed. The other way, of course, for school names to be reviewed by the school review committee is through a public petition in accordance with Admin Reg 1007. And in Admin Reg 1007, we follow Alberta government's petition public notice regulation, and this requires 5,000 signatures. On paper petition, printed address, phone number, email, and date, and then signed. It also must be witnessed by another to determine the petitioner is over 18, resides in CBE boundaries, and must be present at signing of the petition. I believe these are barriers for many people. We are saying 5,000 signatories, but there's no evidence that this is reasonable. When I researched other jurisdictions, very few actually use petitions. Portland, in their policy, actually says petition shall not be considered by the board as a criterion for consideration. From the dozens of policies I looked at from Canada and the US, only one policy mentioned the use of petitions, and it stated that a petition is accepted if the petition has signatures that equaled half of the student population. For instance, if there are 2,000 students, they need a petition of 1,000 signatories. The Langevin petition that was online did not even get 5,000 signatories. This was a high-profile issue in the media regularly for months, yet they had difficulty reaching 5,000 people. And beyond that, it was online. That petition would not be eligible here. If that group had used a paper petition to get 5,000 signatories along with witnesses, it would have taken a very long time. And in the middle of a pandemic, it would have been impossible. Why would we put barriers like these for our communities? I believe a more reasonable request is 1,000 signatories. Thank you.
All right, trustees, anyone for a first round of debate? Trustee Bradshaw, go ahead, please, and then Trustee Hare, I'll have you on deck.
Thanks. So, yeah, that's tough. This is a difficult issue, and something we definitely talked about when we were coming up with our triggers and criteria for renaming. I guess to put it in perspective, in a city of I think Wikipedia just had it at 336 million people. We're asking anyone to get 0.37% of the population to agree to this. I guess, and there's kids in there, so it's probably a bit higher because that was the whole population, not even the adults. But it's probably still under 1%. I don't. It's high, but I don't think it's too onerous, because it's a challenging issue to rename a school, and it's definitely above or below the 10% that the policy also had, which would be 12,500 students or people to get a signature, the provincial policy. So I guess with that, I want to talk about kind of why we went with that. Part of the reason was it was in regulation. This is something that comes from the government of Alberta, and it's designed by them. I think a lot of research and thought and consideration went into their petition development. And so for us, it was easy to adopt what was already there, because we know it was carefully considered when they put out their criteria for meeting a petition for a school board. So I'll leave that there, and yeah, I'll probably have a little more in second round.
Thank you. Trustee Hare, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I too agree. This is a very good topic. I think that some things should be relatively easy. I think the right to vote should be relatively easy, and for students of American politics, they will notice that they've had a voting right vote today that did not go probably in the best interest of people who think like I do, that everybody should have the right to vote and to vote easily. Now, is that exactly the same as dealing with renaming? Probably not, but there are certainly similarities, because some groups will have easier access to fulfill the 5,000 number than others. And why should that be? You know, we talk about equity in the Calgary Public School District, and that basically says that kids are different. And I think we have to understand the same thing here with communities. So I think at the end of the day, if we're going to err, let us err on the side that says, get your 1,000. Okay, if you do it, of course, then it goes forward to the review committee, and the review committee has the opportunity to stop it at that point in time. And that's, I think, part of the process that we're developing here, and which I think certainly has the potential for success. So, you know, maybe this 1,000 is too easy. I don't think so. But let's see how it works. Let's give it a chance. I think that's all we're asking for here. And you know, let's face it, if we have 245 renaming petitions, then I guess the new board will have to give that some kind of consideration. On the other hand, there is a safety valve, the School Renaming Review Committee. Okay, so I think at this time, I would certainly support the amendment. Thank you. Or it's not an amendment, it's a motion to direct. So appreciate that.
Trustee Herdman, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I believe I talked about this earlier during debate, that the 5,000 is in provincial legislation. And by having a petition that is in accordance with the legislation, it automatically triggers the formation of the committee. So it doesn't come to the board first. It automatically triggers the formation of the committee. Forming the name review committee, and we'll be talking about that later, it just doesn't happen overnight. And the name review committee, as part of its terms of reference, if it passes later today, is required to do public consultation. So this is not something that is without cost if it is a frivolous petition. If, as part of a high school prank, the high schoolers decide to get 1,000 signatures to rename their school. And I'm not saying any of our students would do that because our students are wonderful, but 1,000 signatures in a city of over 1 million, I do not think is a high enough threshold for the board to automatically form a review committee. And I think even by talking about lowering the threshold, what we're doing is saying that we don't have confidence in future trustees, because really the only reason to go to a petition is if you can't convince one trustee to bring forward an agenda planning request, because that's all it takes, just one member of the board. And if you can't convince one member of the board, then maybe it's not a petition that the board actually wants to consider. I mean, we've had people trying to do petitions in the past that were discriminatory against LGBTQ students. And that was not something that the board wanted to consider because thousands of people signed a petition. And so I think it is appropriate to have a high threshold for a petition. And we need to have trust in our future trustees that if members of a community come to them and talk about the importance and why a school really needs to be renamed, that they will be listening to that and responsive to that and bring it forward to the rest of the board. Thanks.
Trustee Adams, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I don't know, Trustee Herdman. I think some of our students might, after all, I think some of them put Western Canada High School up for sale recently. But no, I 100% agree. Joking aside, that 5,000, it's the lesser of 5,000 electors. The number of electors is equal to 10%. So 5,000 is way less than that. And I think I agree. In the size of our city, if there's an issue that is that large, 5,000 isn't too much to ask for. We've talked, there's been some talk about equity as well. It's a paper and pen. Granted, it would definitely take time. There'd have to be a lot of, you need to be really committed and perhaps have a group of you that are really committed. Going door to door, obviously not during a pandemic, but well, I guess maybe now you could. Go door to door, set up at a grocery store with your pen and your paper and start collecting signatures. I think, would it be hard? Absolutely, absolutely. But would it be commitment and showing that it's real and showing that it's legit? 100%. And yet the province has set these have set these out. So I believe that they have been researched and that they're actually really well worth us making sure that we have those 5,000 electors. Thank you.
Thank you. So a couple of thoughts, I guess, and I appreciate the research that Trustee Herdlicka did, and some of the numbers that she had talked about, and what other jurisdictions that she considered and looked at around what the petitions look like. I guess what we don't know is whether or not those jurisdictions actually had a regulation in place put forward by their provincial government or state government or what have you. We do have that in place. I guess I would be very concerned about the board directing our chief superintendent to do anything that puts him in contravention of what is, in legislation or in regulation. We do need to ensure that we're following the law, and so yeah, I don't think that it's in the board's best interest to direct the chief superintendent to fall out of alignment with that. And I think, again, we're sort of, obviously this motion is about, petition. There are other ways that, a name can be reviewed. Certainly a petition carries weight because that's a lot of voices attached to that petition. 5,000 is, I would say, in a city our size, is extremely reasonable expectation, but and it carries weight because it is the voices of people. But trustees can bring forward a trustee agenda request. The board has the ability to call a special meeting and deal with it as an emergent item if something happens, right? I mean, for example, I can't imagine if, someone who we have a school named after is convicted of pedophilia. Well, I can't imagine the board deciding to leave that, to leave that on the, that name on a school. So there are other ways to bring forward. It's not just petition, but there are other ways that the board can action this as well. So, all right. Trustee Harris, you have a point of information?
Thank you. I think my question is for Kellyanne. The point I think was made that should this motion pass and that it come to fruition and we bring down the number of people needed to sign the petition to 1,000, there was a concern that it would put our superintendent in jeopardy with, I guess, the provincial government, or in particular, the Minister of Education. Could I have a response from legal counsel in regard to that concern?
Madam Chair, this is Trish Miner. I've just received communication from Superintendent General Counsel Fenny, and she is unable to unmute at this time. So I don't know if you want to take a 5-minute break and give her an opportunity to exit the meeting and rejoin.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'm certainly prepared.
Perhaps we can reconvene at 3:20.
Yeah, I was just going to say let's take some time. We'll set a time. So 6 minutes from now is 3:20. Hi, everyone. Well, at least with these technical difficulties, we're getting a little break in here and there, so that's helpful. All right, so Trustee Hare, in consultation with the corporate secretary, the question that you're asking would require us receiving legal advice from our general counsel. So if you are looking for an answer to your question, we will need to recess the public board meeting, go into our in-camera board meeting, and then come out of in-camera, come back into the public board meeting after we receive the legal advice from our general counsel. So if you require an answer to your question, then we have a path forward. Just wanted to double check and check in with you on that.
That possibility seems rather onerous, if I can say that, Madam Chair. I am hopeful that we have large numbers of the public out there hanging on our every word, and they too have things that they probably would hope to get to at some point in time. Clearly, I think the answer is important, but I'm prepared to carry on with the discussion at the debate at this point in time with clearly the understanding that the concern regarding implications for the chief superintendent are unverified at this time. If I can let it go at that, I'm prepared to move on. Thank you.
All right, so trustees for second round of debate. So we finished first round. Trustee Hare asked for his point of information at the end of the first round of debate. So now I'm opening up second round of debate. Any trustees for second round? Trustee Bradshaw, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I guess I want to say, as we're considering lowering this threshold for the petitions, there are probably more insidious reasons to change a school name. I talked about Black Lives Matter and Truth and Reconciliation a little bit earlier, but their rise in the past few years. But I think we've also seen voices rising across North America that run counter to those principles. For me, concerning ways. My worry is that a lower threshold will very much enable those groups to target school names in a harmful way. And I wonder, like, what it would take to get 1,000 signatures at some of the rallies that we've seen popping up across Calgary in the last year, like during the pandemic. While yes, we do get a recommendation from the committee, it bothers me that a group could too easily use this as an opportunity to open old wounds and undo the good work of our admin and pass boards. So for that, I can't support it.
Thank you. Trustees, anyone else for second round of debate? I'll maybe jump in here just with a couple of comments, I guess. One of the frustrations that I've had, and I think if I was someone who was passionate about having, the CBE consider, reevaluating a name that's attached to a school, and if I was someone out in the public who was working on that, kind of what I've witnessed over the last number of months is that there is a level of frustration, and I think, and to me, part of that has been because our board has not had a clear path forward, and I think we have now created a clear path forward with multiple entry points, and I think anyone who's worked on a petition, I would find it frustrating to not have a guideline in place, and I think there's some strength in the fact that we do have that in place now, and there's not a time limit. We're not saying that those signatures need to be collected in a 6-week period, right? They can work on it as much and as quickly as they want to, And so, yeah, so I think, yeah, certainly when working on this policy and the process, I put myself in the position of a member of the public. And so what would I want to see? What would help me to understand how this process moves forward? And what do I need to do? What are the tools that I have available to me to be able to move, this type of work forward? And I think we've landed there. And I think that I appreciate the clarity that is provided. And certainly, like say, if I were a member of the public that was, going to work on a petition, it would certainly help me out to have that clarity. I think that the lack of that has been frustrating for people, and so I appreciate the additional clarity that's provided with this. Okay, so any other trustees for second round? Trustee Hare, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustee Bradshaw used the adjective insidious, and that's of course one of the beautiful things of public debate. People reach into their bag of words and use them, which is an important thing. I required checking the dictionary definition, and insidious: proceeding in a gradual, subtle way, but with harmful effects. And I too would be concerned about that. I would be concerned that perhaps the Proud Boys or QAnon might attempt to do something to discredit the Calgary Public School Board. But I guess, at least at this time, I'm prepared to take a little risk that on the whole, reasonable people will handle this in a reasonable way. And I also believe that we do have factors in place, the School Naming Review Committee, which could eventually shut it down. Naturally, there will be some work and there may well be some costs. But democracy requires work. Involvement requires work. And as a public board, I think we should be committed to at least doing that work until it proves to be harmful to us. I sincerely believe we should give this a chance, and that's why I will certainly vote for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other trustees for second round of debate? All right, last call for second round of debate. And Trustee Hrdlicka, do you wish to close? Sorry, Trustee Hrdlicka, do you wish to close? Have we lost you? Okay, so Trustee Hrdlicka cannot unmute. Trustee Hrdlicka, we'll just give you a few minutes. Please go ahead and log out and log back in. All right, everyone, we'll take a short break. It's 3:28, or sorry, I guess 3:29. We'll come back at 3:33. We'll just give Trustee Hrdlicka a few minutes to get back in. So 3:33. Trustee Hrdlicka, are you back?
Can you hear me?
Yes. So we're taking a quick break just to make sure that you got back. So at 3:33 is when we're coming back together.
Right on. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, Trustee Hrdlicka, go ahead with your closing.
Thank you. I had to switch to my phone, so I'll work it holding my phone and reading at the same time. I just wanted to make a comment. You know, it was mentioned in the debate that that we had no process in place. We actually did have a process that we could have used. Part of our naming policy, which you know, kind of housed the renaming name. We could have used the committee that we set up for naming, and we could have, if we wanted to, we could have gone that route. So I just wanted to point that out. That was our choice at Trustees, whether to do that or not. By requiring a petition of 5,000, we are creating barriers for many populations. Marginalized communities are often the most likely to be impacted by the current dominant culture names that are on our schools. Communities that already feel unheard are further marginalized when these barriers, like 5,000 signatures, are required to change the name of a school which they do not feel comfortable sending their children to. A school because of the atrocities committed by the person whose name is on the school. We talk about safe, caring, welcoming, and inclusive environments, but who are they actually safe, caring, and welcoming for? There was a comment about going door to door with a petition or standing outside a grocery store, and I guess my question would be, you know, in the Calgary climate, how would a group of Indigenous people standing outside a grocery store or going door to door in a community, how would they be received in our community in Calgary? I don't know, but I think that that's a question that we need to ask ourselves when we're making this kind of a decision. Is this fair? Is this equitable for other populations? I continue to go back to where's the evidence that shows 5,000 is a reasonable request for community. We can say that we don't want to be pestered with the concerns of people, but actually that's our job. And I believe we have the process in place, the school naming review committee, to set up the reasonable criteria to be able to distinguish between a reasonable request to change a name and an unreasonable one. And finally, we as trustees can make an exception in this case. We can change the number of signatories required from 1,000 to 1,000 from 500. We are not obligated under the law to have these signatories. We have chosen to do that. If that was the case, there was no way the corporate secretary would have let me bring this motion forward. So I know we don't have a legal response around that, but I know our corporate secretary knows her work inside and out, and I believe I wouldn't have been able to brought this motion forward if it actually went against the law. So I think we have the opportunity to choose 1,000 signatures for the renaming policy, we can make this process more reasonable and more fair. Thanks.
Thank you. Just for clarity, the role of the corporate secretary when a trustee asks for help with the wording of a motion is to provide help for the wording of the motion. It's not the corporate secretary's job to direct trustees around what motions should or should not be brought forward. So I just want to provide some clarity on that. All right, so
Can I make a comment, please, regarding that? Under our regulations, you know, the corporate secretary, if it's violating the law, then she wouldn't let us bring it forward. So that's what I was saying in my argument. So I just want to make that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so trustees, moving on to calling on each of you independently for your vote in favor or opposed to the motion. All right, Trustee Adams.
Opposed.
Trustee Bradshaw.
Opposed.
Trustee Hare.
In favor.
Trustee Herdlicka.
In favor.
Trustee Herdman.
Opposed.
I also am in opposition, so that motion fails. Thank you. All right, so we've had a few breaks here just because of our technical difficulties, so I'm just going to keep pressing through here. It's already after 3:30. We've done 3 GCs and we've got 6 more to go, so I'm going to keep pushing through here. All right, so GC4, I would request that a trustee please bring forward a motion regarding governance culture for policy, please.
Sure. That the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Governance Culture GC4 Officers Roles Policy as provided in Attachment 4 to the report.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions on that motion? All right, seeing none. The motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Governance Culture GC4 Officers Roles Policy as provided in Attachment 4 to the report. All right, Trustee Bradshaw, will you please open debate?
Sure, thank you. I think when you look at this policy, looks pretty innocuous. You know, chair's gonna work with the corporate secretary to set the agenda, you know, kind of chair the meetings, everything about that, be ex officio in all the committee meetings. And I hope that Chair Dennis and Trustee Herdman jump in and have a lot to say here, because the two of you have been the chairs for our term on this board. And I don't think what's written in policy really underscores how challenging this role is. Like when it talks about setting the agenda for the meeting, it probably isn't saying that you're going to spend maybe tens, could even get into the hundreds of hours during your term, getting prep for these meetings, making sure they're going to go well, reading scripts, doing all that. So I guess I'll just say thank you for your work as chairs. It's really easy being the trustee in some ways to stroll into the meeting, sit down and jump into debate, but I know that a lot of work goes into what you guys are doing behind the scenes. So I'll just say thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee Bradshaw. Any other trustees for first round of debate? All right, last call for trustees for first round of debate. All right, moving to second round of debate. Any trustees for second round of debate? Sorry, turn my microphone off instead of on. So happy to jump in on this one. So I think the policy is pretty straightforward. I do believe that the additional clarity provided around the role of the vice chair and the second vice chair is quite helpful, especially moving forward, and it better reflects how those positions operate on our board. So I appreciate the amendments that have been made there. In response to, I guess, some of Trustee Bradshaw's comments, so certainly on paper, everything that we see there reflects the role that is filled by chair. It certainly doesn't reflect the hours, I would say, necessarily. And but having said that, I guess it's a privilege to do it. So I didn't enter this role blind, having the opportunity to serve as vice chair under Trustee Herdman for the first 2 years. But anyway, thanks, Trustee Bradshaw, for your kind words. Trustee Herdman, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm happy with the changes that we're making to this policy in order to clarify, especially the role of vice chair, to make it clear that the vice chair is the chairperson of the Agenda Planning Committee and the Board Evaluation Committee. I really think it's important. I remember when I was vice chair on a previous board, and I was like, what am I doing? I kept on asking the chair, like, do you want me to do this for you? Do you want me to do this for you? And I felt like the vice chair didn't really have a role other than to step in if the chair happened to not be there. And so I think with these changes, it helps to build the capacity of the vice chair and provide, a little more clarity around second vice chair as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other? Oh, Trustee Adams, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I have to agree. As serving as a vice chair, it's really great having that clarity, and it's really great actually to be chair of those two committees as well, because it's really a great learning opportunity and great way to expand as well things that I thought I knew, maybe I didn't quite know, which has been really, really great. So I think for the clarification and having the vice chair in those roles is fantastic. I also want to comment too on the role of the chair. As I work with the chair, I see all the work that goes in and all the hours that happen. And I have gotten texts at 12:30 at night, and I have gotten texts at 6 o'clock in the morning, trying to organize things. And so I know how much work goes into it. And I really appreciate everyone, current, past, and all chairs, because it really is a lot of work. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other trustees for second round of debate? And last call for second round of debate. All right, Trustee Bradshaw, do you wish to close?
No, just to say thank you for not leaving me hanging, but I'm good, thanks.
All right, excellent. All right, and Trustee Herdman is saying there's a typo in the last sentence, chair, not char. Okay, so we'll fix that. Thank you. Okay, so I will call on each of you now individually to cast your vote in favor or opposed. All right, Trustee Adams.
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw.
In favor.
Trustee Hare.
In favor.
Trustee Herdlicka.
In favor.
Trustee Herdman.
In favor.
And I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. And I would request that a trustee bring forward the second motion related to this report. Or sorry, related to the Governance Culture 3 policy. Sorry.
Governance Culture 4 policy.
4, sorry. Thank you. It says 4. I didn't say 4.
That the Board of Trustees gives second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture GC4 Officers Roles Policy as provided in Attachment 4 to the report.
All right, thank you. Any questions about the motion, trustees? All right, seeing none, the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees gives second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture GC4 Officers Roles Policy as provided as attachment 4 to the report. Trustee Herman, would you like to open debate?
No, I think I'm good. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any other trustees for first round of debate? Okay, last call for trustees for first round of debate.
I think Trustee Hare jumped in.
Trustee Hare, I see your camera is on. I don't see your hand up or, oh, there you are. Go ahead, Trustee Hare, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going to take the opportunity to thank you and Trina for your role as chair over the past 4 years. Nobody will deny this has been an exceptionally challenging time for Calgary public, and I certainly appreciate your efforts on all of our behalves and the citizens who we serve. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hare. Right. Okay, so trustees for second round of debate. And last call for second round of debate. I guess again, I'll just say thanks for your kind words, Richard, and it's a pleasure to serve. So, all right, moving on to closing. Trustee Herman, would you like to close?
Thanks. I'm glad it's a pleasure for you to serve.
It is.
I am very glad you stepped up. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. So trustees, I'll call on each of you individually now for your vote in favor or opposed. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
You, Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor?
Trustee Hrdlicka?
In favor.
Thank you.
There I am. In favor, sorry, thanks.
All right. Trustee Herdman?
In favor.
Thank you. I also vote in favor, so that motion is carried. Moving on to GC5. Will the trustee please bring forward the first motion regarding Governance Culture 5 policy?
That the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Governance Culture GC5 Board Committees Policy as provided in attachment 5 to this report.
All right, thank you, trustees. Do you have any questions on that motion? All right, seeing none, the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Governance Culture GC5 Board Committees Policy as provided as attachment 5 to this report. Trustee Bradshaw, would you like to open debate?
Sure. And I probably don't need the whole few minutes. So I think a lot of the work here actually kind of lives in the schedules below in each of the policies. We've done a lot of work over the last, I'd say, a couple of years, especially kind of revising the terms of reference for committees or some of our committees and how they work, and improving them. And I think we've both strengthened our committees and how they're functioning, and also which had the effect of strengthening the board and the feedback that we're getting from those committees. So I'll leave it there, and I think that's it. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any trustees for first round of debate? All right, last call for trustees to enter first round of debate. All right, shifting to second round of debate. Any trustees for second round of debate? All And last call for second round of debate. All right, Trustee Bradshaw, do you wish to close?
I don't know how to respond to all of the comments. I'm good, thanks.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, trustees, I'll call each of you individually now for your vote in favor or opposed. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor.
Thank you. Trustee Hrdlicka?
In favor.
Trustee Herdman?
In favor.
Great. I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. And I would now request that a trustee bring forward the second motion regarding Governance Culture 5 policy, please.
That the Board of Trustees gives second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture GC5 Board Committees Policy as provided in Attachment 5 to the report.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions on the motion? Great. Seeing none, the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees gives second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture GC5 Board Committees Policy as provided in Attachment 5 to this report. Trustee Herdman, would you like to open debate?
I'm fine, thanks.
Thank you. Any trustees for first round of debate? Okay, and last call for first round of debate. Moving to second round of debate. Any trustees for second round of debate? And last call for second round of debate. And Trustee Herdman, do you wish to close?
Nope, I'm good, thanks.
All right, thank you. So trustees, I'll call on you now each individually for your vote in favor or opposed. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor.
Trustee Hrdlicka?
In favor.
Trustee Herdman?
In favor.
I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. Moving on to GC6. Could I have a trustee please bring forward a motion regarding Governance Culture 6 policy, please?
That the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Governance Culture GC6 Annual Work Plan Policy as provided in Attachment 8 to the report.
Thank you. All right. Any questions on the motion, trustees? All right, so the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Governance Culture 6 Annual Work Plan Policy as provided as Attachment 8 to this report. Trustee Bradshaw, will you please open debate?
Sure, thank you. I would say this section of our GCs is really about the work that we have to do as trustees and want to do as trustees over the course of the year. So one of the first things we did after we were sworn in at our first meeting was pass a motion, I guess, accepting our annual work plan policy. In doing that, we kind of tell the entire system what we're going to be doing over the year and when we're going to be reviewing things, which allows them to do all their workups for each of the areas we're going to be reviewing through the year, whether it's OEs, results, or any motions we want to make. So this is actually really important because it sets, I think, the tone for the entire year as trustees, lets us kind of establish things that we want to work on as a group, and kind of just, I guess, signals to each of us and our administration the direction we're headed as trustees. So with that, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. So trustees for first round, Trustee Herdlicka, go ahead, please.
Yeah, one of the cleanup in GC6 was the fact that we used to have 12 policies, but we only have 10 months of the year that we're in school, that we're actually, in session. And so part of the work here was to really tidy things up. Now we've actually gone down to, I believe we're at 8 or 9 policies now. And we just wanted to make sure that we were fitting those policies into the actual time that we are in session as trustees. And now it's a lot easier because there's less policies. So that was something that we just cleaned up in this, and I will be supporting this motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other trustees for first round of debate? I'll go ahead and enter here. I think I'm also happy to support the motion for sure. I think one of the things that I appreciate about the annual work plan, and I guess, being a new trustee in 2017, I grew to appreciate very quickly that there is a lot of work that the board needs to get through in a year. And having our work laid out the way it is really helps. And it also helps us to make decisions in terms of what other work we may want to add to the board schedule. And it is sometimes a reality check. I think as trustees, we come to the table with a lot of ideas and a lot of things that maybe matter to us and that we've heard about and that we would like to have the board work on. So I'm very thankful for our agenda planning process and how that is a way that trustees can get something added to an agenda, because it certainly keeps us accountable to what is actually our work, what do we have time for, makes us think about how much time we are demanding from our admin team as well. They do an excellent job of supporting the board, but they also run the system, and so they've got a lot on their plate. So so I just appreciate just the entire concept of an annual work plan and the orderly way that supports the board in approaching their work and ensuring that we are making sure that all of our policies are being monitored, because we do monitor results. Right, any other trustees for first round of debate? Okay, and shifting to second round of debate. Any trustees for second round of debate? And last call for trustees for second round of debate. Trustee Bradshaw, do you wish to close?
Yeah, thanks. I wasn't going to, and then you said something which made me think. It was about when we're elected, you come to the board with a bunch of expectations about what you want to do as a trustee and the work you want to do. And our annual work plan is a great place to also live those things out, where we can, as a board, sit down and have some discussions about what we want to work on as a group over the next year, and like what's important to each other and how I guess we want to get all that work done. It kind of comes out as a big chart, and it seems like a simple motion, but like a lot of the stuff we do, there's a lot of things that go in behind the scenes to kind of make that happen. So thanks for jogging my memory on that. And yeah, I thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, trustees, I'll call on you each now individually for your vote in favor or opposed to the motion. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor.
Trustee Herdlicka?
In favor.
Trustee Herdman?
In favor.
I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. And I would ask that a trustee please bring forward the second motion regarding governance culture 6 policy, please.
that the Board of Trustees give second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture GC6 Annual Work Plan Policy as provided in Attachment 8 to the report.
Thank you very much. Trustees, do you have any questions on the motion? Great, seeing none. The motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees gives second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture GC6 Annual Work Plan Policy as provided in Attachment 8 to the report. Trustee Herdman, would you like to open debate?
No, I'm good, thanks.
All right, thank you. And trustees, any trustees for first round of debate? And last call for first round of debate. Okay, moving to second round of debate. Any trustees for second round of debate? And last call for second round of debate. And Trustee Herdman, do you wish to close?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, trustees, I'll call on each of you now individually for your vote in favor or opposed to the motion. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor?
Trustee Herdlicka?
Favor.
Trustee Herdman?
In favor.
I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. All right, moving on to GC7. I would request a trustee to please bring forward a motion regarding the Governance Culture 7 policy.
That is me, but can I just clarify what the number of the attachment is?
I believe it's attachment 9. Corporate
9?
Secretary, can you confirm that, please?
Yes, that's correct. Attachment 9.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I got a little confused with the numbers in the chat, so I wanted to make sure. Yes, that the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Governance Culture GC7 Trustee Code of Conduct Policy as provided in Attachment 9 to the report.
Excellent. Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions on the motion? Okay, seeing none. The motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Governance Culture GC7 Trustee Code of Conduct Policy as provided as Attachment 9 to this report. Trustee Adams, would you like to open debate?
I would, thank you. GC9, of course, is really big. Well, all of these are really big, but this one's big. It's our Code of Conduct, which we talk about regularly at our Board Evaluation Committee. This code is vital as it defines how we're going to treat each other and function as a board. Now, there is a lot in here, so I'm going to try and highlight just a few things here. We talk about while elected from specific wards, trustees have a duty to act honestly and good faith and in the best interest of the Calgary Board of Education. Each trustee is responsible to comply with the Trustee Code of Conduct. Trustees shall accept the authority rests with the board. Trustees shall honor their fiduciary responsibilities, which supersedes any conflicting loyalty. We talk here as well about trustees will not attempt to exercise individual authority over the organization. Trustees will not personally direct the chief superintendent or any employee. Trustees will not publicly express individual negative judgments about the chief superintendent or employee performance. Trustees shall reflect board policies and resolutions when communicating to the public. Trustees shall trustees shall support the decision of board matters regardless of a trustee's personal position on an issue. We also talk about social media. As public representatives of the board, trustees must act with discretion and be judicious in what information they share with members of the public and post on social media. Trustees must recognize that their online activity and interactions with the public can dramatically affect the general public's perception of the trustee, the board, the Calgary Board of Education, employees, and schools within the Calgary Board of Education. A few more things I'm going to highlight because I think I'm going to run out of time here. To build trust among trustees and to ensure an environment conducive to effective governance, trustees will focus on issues rather than personalities, respect decisions of the board, exercise honesty in all written and interpersonal interaction, never intentionally misleading, surprising, or misinforming each other, criticize privately, praise publicly, Make every reasonable effort to protect the integrity and promote the positive image of the organization and one another, and never embarrass each other or the organization. I'll stop there. There's a little bit more to go, but I'm going to just start with that section because it's just so very important, especially the bits that I just read under 7.6 that really talks about how we need to function as a board and how we're going to treat each other as we are all trustees, and that's just really so important. And it really, sorry, I just lost my word, but it really highlights how it is that we want to behave and how it is that we want to treat each other. So with that, I will close, and I might, in my closing remarks, I might talk a little bit more about the second half of the code. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Trustees, anyone for first round of debate? Trustee Bradshaw, go ahead.
Thanks. I don't know if 3 minutes is enough time to talk about this whole thing. It's really long. I guess fundamentally, I'd say this role, I've kind of described it publicly as a 4-year-long group project. It's tough. You're joined together with people that you just that all wanted an election at the same time, and I think in general people have common values. I think we all support public education, and that's why we're doing this. We want kids to succeed, but then you look at that and why all the rules? It's this job as a trustee is really difficult. You end up through policy, but also I think like fundamentally through hopefully core values, putting the role of trustee and the work of the board ahead of a lot of other things in your life, which can be really difficult. I think I'd say I've probably lost friends over this job because not everyone understands the work we're doing and how we're doing it, and there's things that we just can't share sometimes because of the nature of the decisions we're making. It's tough. You want to be able to go into the room with your colleagues, trust each other, have difficult conversations, and leave hopefully all feeling like you did the right thing for the students of Calgary and the public. And we always try to do that, but it can be difficult. And when you see some of those things listed, I mean, there's 17. I think those things came from experiences of our board and past boards, living in an environment where trustees are violating some of those policies, and the damage they will have on the group, and the damage they do to the organization. And it kind of sucks sometimes that you have to put all this stuff in policy, because you'd hope that in some form or another you guys could, trustees could reach I guess consensus or agreement on what they are, but it's not always the case, and that's why this is here. I think we're legislated to have it here and live out all this stuff, and that's it.
Right, thank you. Any other trustees for first round of debate? Right, trustees, while you're contemplating that, I'll go ahead and jump in. So. As per the Education Act, we are required not only to have a code of conduct, but also to abide by our code of conduct. When trustees violate their code of conduct, they are in violation of their own policies and also in violation then of the Education Act. The language in this policy has been strengthened significantly, and it helps to avoid any misunderstanding or ambiguity. As trustees, we fulfill our fiduciary duty by serving the CBE selflessly, honestly, and loyally, and by acting in good faith and in the best interest of the CBE always. We must exercise the care, diligence, and skill that a reasonably prudent person would in similar circumstances. So if it feels wrong, it probably is. Always exercise the utmost caution and thoughtfulness. Act like what you do impacts your reputation and the reputation of the CBE, because it does. The quickest way to dissolve trust with your fellow trustees is to disclose confidential information or discussions to anyone, even your closest stakeholders. This can be difficult, especially when challenging conversations are afoot, or if you are feeling pressure by individuals or groups. But your fellow trustees need to be able to trust you completely. Furthermore, disclosing private corporate discussions or information can have a long-lasting and devastating impact to the CBE. In other words, loose lips sink ships. I think that there's significant adjustment made in GC7 in our code of conduct. I especially appreciate the work that has been done here, because I do appreciate how it has eliminated some of that ambiguity that may have existed before. GC7 is critical in terms of a board being able to function together, and this whole meeting we've been talking about how our governance culture policies do explain how we're going to work together and how we're going to get our work done. But GC7 in many ways is a large part of that, because it outlines very clearly behavior that could that if violated will have significant impact, not only certainly with our relationships with fellow board members, but also relationship with the public, and that that piece around making sure that you can build a sense of camaraderie and trust amongst a board. Violations to GC7 around that can be very detrimental to that happening, and this work is hard. Right, we all come from different backgrounds, have different perspectives, different ideas, and it is challenging governing as a group. At the end of the day, your opinion only matters when you cast your vote. But once the decision of the board has been made, then that's the decision, and we must support that decision, whether or not we supported it with our vote or not. And so. I will leave it at that, because I think I'm approaching my time. And Trustee Herdman, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't think there's much left to be said after all of my colleagues. Those have been great comments. As Trustee Dennis said, this policy has been lengthened significantly. And I kind of wish that we didn't have to. Honestly, I would just like to have the first paragraph where we just say the board and trustees will conduct themselves lawfully with integrity and high ethical standards. This includes proper use of authority and appropriate decorum in group and individual behavior. Trustees shall model the behaviors expected of employees and students, and to build public confidence and credibility. Because really, if we're doing those things that we put in those, I think it's just 3 sentences, then that really covers everything else that's in the policy. But I think, unfortunately, as a society, we have seen, and I'd love to blame it on the past president of the United States, but we have seen a loss of decorum in political discourse. It seems that everyone is very polarized, and it's either you're with us or you're against us, and respectful dialogue seems to be becoming more and more rare. And I believe that this is a huge detriment to our society, to our democracy. And as an education system, the Board of Trustees, as the leaders of the public education system, should be the model for students. They are our future. We should always be acting far beyond what our code of conduct says that we should be doing, because it is the right thing to do, and is what we hope our students will model in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Hare.
Well, I will go a step further than Trustee Herdman and blame President Trump for many of the problems that we do face, okay? The polarization, the inability to accept differences of opinion, to understand that we're all in this together, know what I mean? And of course, it's not just Trump, I guess it's part of the society we live in. We go to social media and people are just waiting to pounce. Person uses the wrong word and they're jumped all on. They think they're back in debating in high school, and that's a tough way to achieve magnanimity and progress. But taking a look at our role, and hey, this is hard work, and that's not a shield to hide behind. It's expected to be hard work, and we have to be prepared to do it. So let's understand that. The term selflessly, honestly, and loyally. I would think all my colleagues can say that about themselves. Even where we've disagreed, even where we've had difficulties, and we have had difficulties. Nonetheless, I've always believed that you were acting selflessly, honestly, and loyally. I thought you were wrong, but I certainly believe that you were acting selflessly, honestly, and loyally. And I hope you felt the same way about me, because that's absolutely essential for any board to survive, thrive, and move forward. So, you know, we can add more paragraphs, we can add more adjectives, but at the end of the day, we have to have a commitment and an understanding of what we're here for and what we're trying to do. So thank you.
All right, any other trustees for our first round of debate? Okay, proceeding to second round of debate. Any trustees for second round of debate? Trustee Bradshaw, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess the other part of this is we have an organization with 100 and I guess it's 22,000, probably more like 128,000 students next year, and over 7,000 staff. Looking at us to lead by example. So if we're having trouble following these rules, it's really difficult for us to look at them and ask them to do the same thing. Like great example, just and I think you kind of mentioned it, Chair Dennis, was leaking stuff to the media. We've had to develop ARs around that, but if we're doing it all the time, how can we tell a staff person not to do it? It's tough. Like we do have a lot of people in Calgary looking at us to lead by example, and that's important. It can be difficult when, especially when we're online, and you're sitting alone in a room. We're not meeting regularly to kind of demonstrate that, and we don't have that contact. But yeah, it's fundamental to the work we're doing. There are people watching us, so I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Bradshaw. Any other trustees for second round of debate? And last call for second round of debate. All right, Trustee Adams, over to you to close.
Thanks. Actually, I'm not sure there's too much left to be said. Really, everything has been touched on, I think. I was kind of look at some of the second half now during my close, but honestly, I think a lot of it's already been talked about. We talk about trustees shall keep confidential any personal, business, privileged, or confidential information obtained in their capacity as a trustee. So vitally important. We also talk about being familiar with the Act. Now, I appreciate that we have some experts that help us out with that, but that's also part of our job, is to be familiar with the Act, and to we talk about the proper procedure and proper conduct at board meetings as well. Yeah, so I think really a lot has already been said, so I don't think I need to talk any more about this. Just yeah, just thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. All right, so I'll call on each of you individually now for your vote in favor or opposed to the motion. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor.
Trustee Hrdlicka?
In favor.
Trustee Herdman?
In favor.
I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. And I would request now that a trustee bring forward the second motion relating to Governance Culture 7 policy, please.
I will do that.
Thank you.
That the Board of Trustees gives second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture GC7 Trustee Code of Conduct Policy as provided in Attachment 9 to the report.
Thank you. Trustees, are there any questions on the motion? All right, seeing none. The motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees gives second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture GC7 Trustee Code of Conduct Policy as provided as Attachment 9 to this report. Trustee Hrdlicka, will you please open debate?
If by Hrdlicka you mean Herdman, then yes.
Herdman, I'm so sorry. I'm looking too far down in my notes. Thank you.
That's okay. No, I think we really had a good discussion during first reading, so I don't have anything to add. Thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, any trustees for first round of debate? Last call for first round of debate. All right, shifting to second round of debate. Any trustees for second round of debate? And last call for second round of debate. Trustee Herdman, do you wish to close?
Nope, I'm good, thanks.
Thank you very much. So I'll call now each of you individually to cast your vote in favor or opposed. Trustee Adams.
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw.
In favor.
Trustee Hare.
In favor.
Trustee Hrdlicka.
In favor.
Trustee Herdman.
In favor.
Also vote in favor. That motion is carried. All right, on to GC8. Would now ask that a trustee bring forward the first motion regarding Governance Culture 8 policy, please.
That the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Governance Culture GC8 Trustee Conflict of Interest Policy as provided in Attachment 11 to the report.
Thank you very much. All right, trustees, any questions about that motion? All right, the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees gives first reading to the amendments of Governance Culture 8, GC8, sorry, Trustee Conflict of Interest Policy as provided as Attachment 11 to this report. Trustee Bradshaw, would you please open debate?
Sure, thank you. I guess this pops up in the Education Act, and we have it here. It's an important part of this role. We aren't born as trustees. We come to this from various walks of life. We lived lives before we became trustees, and so it's plausible that you might be in a position sometimes where you're in a conflict of interest with the board. A lot of those, when you think of them, are pecuniary, which means money. And so because of that, we have these provisions. They're there to both protect the board and protect individual trustees from making decisions which would, I guess, bring into question why the decision was made, and was it the best thing for the board or was it the best thing for a trustee? Definitely, I think you always want to try and err on the side of caution. If you think you might be there, it's important to leave during debate and abstain from voting on issues where you have a conflict of interest. Important part of our policies, and I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Bradshaw. Any trustees for first round of debate? Last call for first round of debate. Shifting to second round of debate. Any trustees for second round of debate?
Sorry, Chair Dennis, I had a comment in the comment box.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thanks, but it can count for second round of debate. That's fine too. I was only going to participate in one.
Thank you.
Conflict of interest when it comes to financial matters can usually seem pretty cut and dry. So I think it's really important that when that we've clarified this policy to talk about even non-pecuniary conflicts of interest, otherwise known as personal conflicts of interest. And I think every trustee across the province, when they are in board orientation, is presented with what happened with the Calgary Catholic School District and a former trustee called Michael O'Malley, and the several times that went to court. And so I just want to read a little part from one of the final appeal cases where the judge wrote, "The conflict of interest rules are based on the moral principle long embodied in our jurisprudence that no man can serve two masters. Public office is a trust. The principle of law which underlies these provisions is that an official must not put himself in a position where his private interest might be opposed to the unbiased performance of his official duty." So it's pretty obvious when people have a pecuniary interest or a monetary interest, but it's a lot harder to determine where exactly that line is with a personal interest. And so it is up to individual trustees to really look within themselves and say, can I really look upon this matter with an unbiased mind in order to do what is in the best interest of the Calgary Board of Education? And so I am happy with some of the clarifying language that we put in this policy, and I'm happy to support it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other trustees for second round of debate? I'm happy to maybe jump in. Just a couple of comments. I think, as trustees, we need to avoid conflicts of interest always, without exception. And it is up to each individual trustee to declare conflict relating to any discussion or decision. As trustees, if we are seen to refuse to declare such a conflict, that can really put decisions in jeopardy, but also the relationships with our colleagues in jeopardy. Again, that's been, what's been said in a few different ways, I guess, in this discussion this afternoon, around our governance culture policies and how we work together, and how we get what our job is and what it isn't, and how we get our work done. The relationships with each other matters a ton, and an effective board does have deep trust and know that they can rely on one another. And this piece around avoiding conflicts of interest to make sure that we're not in conflict is a critical component of that, because your fellow trustees need to know that as you're sitting around the table, that your priority is what's is the same as everyone else's, and that's the work that's in front of us and the decisions that we have to make. So that's all I have to add on that. Any other trustees for second round of debate? And last call for second round of debate. Okay, trustees, I'll call on you each individually now for, Trustee Bradshaw, do you wish to close?
No, I'm good. I just thank you, Trustee Herdman, for bringing that up. It's an important addition, and I'm glad you covered it.
Thanks. All right, trustees, I'll call on each of you now individually for your vote. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor?
Trustee Herdlicka?
In favor.
Trustee Herdman?
In favor.
Thank you. I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. All right, I would request now that a trustee bring forward the second motion regarding Governance Culture 8 policy, please.
That the Board of Trustees give second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture GC 8 Trustee Conflict of Interest Policy as provided in Attachment 11 to the report.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions on that motion? All right, seeing none, the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees gives second reading and thereby final approval to the amendments of Governance Culture GC 8 Trustee Conflict of Interest Policy as provided in Attachment 11 to the report. Trustee Herdman, do you wish to open debate?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Thank you. Any other trustees for first round of debate, please? And last call for first round of debate. Moving to second round of debate. Any trustees for second round of debate? And last call for second round of debate. Right, seeing none. Trustee Herdman, do you wish to close?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Right, thank you very much, trustees. I'll now call on each of you individually for your vote in favor or opposed. Trustee Adams? Sorry, Trustee Adams, did we lose you? Trustee Adams, I'll come back to you in case we've lost you maybe. Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor?
Trustee Herdlicka?
In favor.
Trustee Herdman?
In favor.
I also vote in favor. Trustee Adams, pop back up to you. All right, Trustee Adams cannot unmute. She's logging out and logging back into the meeting. So we'll take another quick break here. It's 4:33. We'll come back at 4:38. So you have 5 minutes. All right, I think that Trustee Trustee Adams is back. So there you are. All right, just your vote in favor or opposed to the motion that's on the table or the floor.
Seems like a lot of drama. In favor. I feel like I should make it kind of splashy now that I made that dramatic pause. In favor.
Thank you. So that motion carries. All right, next is GC5E, School Naming Committee Terms of Reference. I would ask that a trustee bring forward a motion regarding GC5E, School Naming Committee Terms of Reference Policy.
Sorry, I believe that's me. Just give me 2 seconds. Everything's still logging back in here. So I will just pull up the motion. Sorry, 2 seconds here. Here we are. That the Board of Trustees approves the amendments to GC5E Board Committees, School Naming Committee Terms of Reference, Attachment 6 to this report.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. So are there any questions about that motion for Trustee Adams?
Looks like Trustee Hrdlicka has her hand up.
Yes, I believe she has. Yeah, she has an amendment to the motion, but I do need to put the motion on the floor before she can amend it. All right. So the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees approves the amendments to GC5E Board Committees School Naming Committee Terms of Reference Attachment 6 to this report. And Trustee Hrdlicka, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. I guess that the Board of Trustees approves the amendment of GC5E Board Committee School Naming Committee Terms of Reference Attachment 6 to this report, subject to the deletion of the following words from GC5E School Naming Committee Terms of Reference Appendix 1. And number 1, a Canadian individual of recognized stature whose life work aligns with the achievement of the CBE's results, or who has demonstrated exemplary achievements of the CBE's missions and values. And number 2, when naming a school after an individual, use of the names of the individuals who are deceased or who have retired will be considered first. Prior to naming a school after an individual, that individual immediate family will be requested to grant permission.
All right, trustees, do you have any questions on Trustee Hrdlicka's amendment? Okay, so the amendment on the floor is that the Board of Trustees approves the amendments to GC5E Board Committee School Naming Committee Terms of Reference Attachment 6 to this report, subject to the deletion of the following words from GC5E School Naming Committee Terms of Reference Appendix 1. A Canadian individual of recognized stature whose life work aligns with achievement of the CBE's results or who has demonstrated exemplary achievement of the CBE's mission and values, and when naming a school after an individual, the use of the names of the individual who are deceased or who have retired will be considered first. Prior to naming a school after an individual, that individual or immediate family will be requested to grant permission. Trustee Hrdlicka, would you like to open debate?
That was so fast.
Sorry, I'll slow down.
It's all good.
Most people would agree that it is an honor to have a school after someone, and I truly believe it is. Schools today are a place of learning, understanding, challenging, and creating, but they have not always been that way for all kids. As we become more and more aware of the impacts of the residential school system on Indigenous people on this land, and quite frankly, all of us, we must change how we see schools. We must make them welcoming, safe, and caring for all that enter their doors. One way to do this is to no longer name schools after individuals. The CBE and our students have experienced the hurtful results of naming schools after people. This board just removed the name of Langevin from a school because of his part in the residential school system. We have seen the pain that having those names on schools can cause. Why would we continue that pain? What harm does it cause not to name a school after a person? More often than not, it's the winners who write the history book. books. We talk about the good things these individuals have done, but we leave out the bad things. The war, the violence, or genocide they supported, or in some cases, directly caused. And it is these people who are often, or too often, remembered with school names. There are many ways to learn and honor people in education who have impacted our lives, our communities, and our world. That is what the curriculum is for. For me, I'd rather see a plaque about a person's life or her art book in the library than her name on a school. Many of our schools are named after community or nature, and I think that's a great way to honor the communities that we live in. Nancy Friedman wrote, "I believe public institutions should honor the public, not one inconsistently admirable individual." Thank you.
All right, trustees, for our first round of debate. Trustee Hare, go ahead, and then I have Trustee Bradshaw on deck. Go ahead, Trustee Hare. Yeah.
Thank you. I would like to thank Trustee Hrdlicka for bringing this motion forward, because I think this is a topic which deserves debate and actually at some point in time deserves public input. There is no doubt in my mind having a public school named after anybody is a tremendous honor. And of course, the idea of having these schools named after various people is meant to provide role models, not only for the students who go there, but the people who live in the community. We are just coming out of a scenario where that did not apply to one of our schools, Langevin School. Hector Louis Langevin was not a role model for the society in which we live. And so there's no doubt that we have to take a look at this issue. But what about Dr. Roberta Bondar? What about Joanne Cardinal Schubert? What about John Ware? What about Manmeet Bueller? What about, oh, there's a whole host. Nelson Mandela. You know, so somehow we have to take a look at this issue in its broader context. We've made mistakes. And yes, we may make mistakes again. We're looking to have historians to check into it, all that kind of stuff there, but we will probably not know everything about anybody who we might consider for this type of an honor. So yes, so long as we appoint names to our schools, we run a risk. I gotta be honest, at this time, I'm prepared to take that risk, based on a belief that when we find out things which are not in keeping with the reasons why we appointed the name, we will change quickly, expeditiously, as our new policy supposedly will allow us to do. This conversation is simply excellent. But I just, you know, there once was a time we named our schools after old white men. We've come a long ways from that. We're appointing names based on the culture in which we live. And it's not tokenism, it's realism. And so I'd suggest we carry on with this at least for some time. So once again, thank you for bringing this forward, Trustee Hrdlicka.
Trustee Bradshaw, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm, I guess, chairing 3 naming committees right now. And I've done one other one, I think it was 2 years ago. So I find like our school naming process is very much community driven. I I think we're there to kind of facilitate the community's wants and needs, and so far for me, about 3/4 of the time, it's been for a second school in the community. So you couldn't name it like Auburn Bay Elementary because that already exists. I found through this work that the community members instinctively want to name their schools after people. I think there's a gravity to naming a school after a person that's tough to deny. It very easily speaks to the values of the whole community that the community members feel, and I think that's really important. People are complex. They have contain multitudes of different facets, and sometimes it's easier to capture those with a simple name. I've also noticed people really like to engage in the historical context of their neighborhoods and the city as a whole. And even on social media, that's really popular. And it's a good thing. It's a way people feel connected to their city. Sometimes it's really easy to do that with a person. I know when I first moved here, I went to Louis Riel School and then Henry Wisewood. And I feel a connection to those names, and in researching and understanding them, that they aren't just kind of an idea in passing. So I think it's good to have those for the communities. It's good for the kids. I appreciate that, but I appreciate we're not limited to just doing names as well. If the community members want, and I think there's a ton of opportunities, they can name them after concepts, ideas. We have a Northern Lights School, which is a great example. And I think we're starting to see movement toward connections to the land, which I think are really important within the city. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Trustee Bradshaw. Go ahead, Trustee Adams.
Thank you. A lot of great stuff already has been said. In fact, I was going to mention Northern Lights School, which is one of the names that was in our community that I had the great privilege to be on the committee to help name, which was fantastic. And I get from my experiences, because I've been on a few now, naming committees as well, is that we try to get an example. We try to get kind of a mixed bag out for the survey when we start collecting that input. And the committee really works hard to do that. And I remember in ours, I think we had one name. I think we even had the community, and then we had Northern Lights School. And of course, obviously Northern Lights really came out as the winner. And I think it's important to give that option. I also think it's important to remember that no matter what the committee recommends, it lies with the Board of Trustees to make that decision. And if a name comes forward from the committee, did well on the survey that the committee put out, they think that should be the name. At the end of the day, if the board feels that that name, that person, that there could be some issues, if they see something that's like maybe not, it's up to the board. So the board still has that right to do that, which I think is really great. So I'm not in favor of removing names, the option of having people's names for schools. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other trustees for first round of debate on the amendment? All right, I'll jump in. So having been part of a few naming committees now, I have noticed that community members who are part of those committees really do gravitate first to the names of people in the naming of their schools. They really value the inspiration that a name can bring to the school and its students, and they like the ability to recognize the contributions of individuals by naming schools after them. My fellow trustees will recall that I mentioned the idea of not using the names of people to name school buildings at least several weeks ago. So I can appreciate the spirit by which this is being suggested. However, right now I can't support the removal of those guidelines. Currently sitting on a school naming committee, I am reminded about how much our public value being able to name a school after a person. If the board were to consider removing the ability to name schools after people, we would be wise to undergo significant public engagement before we made such a decision. And part of my reason for believing that also would be because it could lead to stripping the names off of all of our schools possibly. So if we decide we're not naming schools after people anymore, maybe it leads to stripping the names off of all of our schools. So there are certainly potentially some unintended consequences around making a decision like this without actually engaging with our public around it. And Trustee Herdman, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I would just like to say that I'm so glad that we don't number our schools. Like there are some school districts, I think in the States, where you're just public school number 71. I think it is fantastic that we have names on our school, whether if that's named after a community, a landmark, an event, or a person. And I think it's funny that you mentioned that in the naming committees, people are gravitating towards names because in committees probably 4 years ago or 5 years ago when I was on them, I always told parents, if you give people a choice between a name and a landmark or a community name, they will always choose the community name. So it's interesting to hear that that has changed over the past few years. But I am in support of allowing the flexibility for naming committees in order to be able to bring forward names that will provide learning opportunities for our students and that can give them something to aspire to, hopefully. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Hare, go ahead and open second round of debate, please.
Thank you. John Ware, and as Trustee Bradshaw said, Louis Riel. Previous boards showed an expression of interest and dedication to the wide breadth of students we serve as a public school. I think also I take a look at my past in Calgary Public. I taught at Chris Ackerman. I taught at Captain John Palliser and Dr. J.K. Malloy. I have to be honest, I can't recall exactly what those people received their honor for. But that was the name of the community school, and people went there and were pleased to do so. We have to understand that our role, one of our roles as a public school system, is to provide role models for the students that we serve. And the connection that students make to the people who their schools are named after is significant. One of the highlights of my term was when Dr. Frida Miller came and spoke at a board meeting, basically thanking us for giving the supreme honor of becoming the name of a public school. She told her story of coming out of Boness and being caught up with the teachings of her science teacher, who told her that she could do things, that she could make a difference, that she could really make something of herself. And that inspired her, and she really felt the naming of a public school after her, since it was the public school system which had given her the opportunity to move forward. This is something that I don't think we should turn our backs on. Naturally, there are other choices, and we should allow communities to make that decision. And choosing a person should be one of those choices. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other trustees for second round of debate, please? My trustees, last call for second round of debate. Trustee Hrdlicka, would you like to close?
I sure would. I'd just like to make a couple comments just based on the comments that were shared. So we have about 250 schools, and when I went through them, about 80 schools are named after men, 20 after women, and about 12 after diverse individuals, communities, or cultures. So we do have people on many of our buildings. The rest are named after, you know, a geographical setting or maybe the community. So the majority is named after our communities or geography. But you also see the discrepancy there between men and women and different cultures. So I think that I just like to raise that. Second thing, you know, we name our schools after individuals, but how much do our students actually know about those individuals? Trustee Hare just mentioned he, you know, worked at some schools, but didn't really know who those people were. That's one of the challenges. I wonder, if we're naming schools after individuals and are not even teaching all of those, who all of those people are, what's the point? So that's a question I have, but I will say our world is waking up. The history for many of us, the history that many of us were taught in schools being peeled back, exposing new truths. Trustees talk about risk management. Why would we expose ourselves to and our students to potential risk by naming schools after people, well-known people who for some were heroes, but to others were perpetrators? Again, we may not hear about the harmful things until 50 years later, because remember, the people who are making the decisions of what is harmful and what is not are the people in power, and they want to maintain power. We live in a diverse world. People can experience a situation differently than the person next to them. Trauma, bias, power, culture, religion, socioeconomic status, they all impact our experiences. Again, for one person, it may be an act of freedom, and for another, it's an act of terrorism. And again, I turn to Nancy Friedman when she wrote, once we attach a human being's name to an institution, we're stuck with that human's whole messy story. While it's instructive to read about and learn from that story, we can and should do it without turning the person's name into an object of civic reverence. Thank you.
All right, trustees, I'll call on you now each individually to indicate your vote in favor or opposed to the amendment. Trustee Adams.
Opposed.
Trustee Bradshaw. Trustee Bradshaw, I'll come back to you. Trustee Hare.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Oh, Trustee Bradshaw, you're back. Opposed? Sorry, did you say opposed?
Yeah, I did. Sorry.
Thank you. All right, Trustee Hrdlicka.
In favor.
Trustee Herdman.
Opposed.
I also vote in opposition, so that motion fails. All right, so now we'll go back and debate and vote on the main motion. Again, I'll put the main motion on the floor, which is, sorry, that the Board of Trustees approves the amendments to GC5E Board Committee's School Naming Committee Terms of Reference Attachment 7 to this report. All right, and so that was, sorry.
Sorry, that motion's me.
It is. I just, Trustee Hrdlicka, do you have another amendment here that you wanted to bring forward? I'm just waiting. I think maybe you might, so I'm just waiting for you.
Yeah, thanks, Brett. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so Trustee Adams, sorry, just 1 second. Trustee Adams, would you please open debate?
My apologies. I didn't realize there was a potential for another motion, so I do apologize. I didn't mean to jump the gun.
No problem.
Yeah, so really, we actually didn't change much to the policy, to the terms of reference itself, but we did change in the Appendix 1. We added, so we have number 2, ensure the acknowledgement of the land and its relationship with Indigenous peoples is considered. And then down below in 5, we added names that reflect the diverse culture of the Calgary Board of Education. These are two, I think, very important additions. I talked a little bit about it before, but Northern Lights School. At the time, my committee wasn't actually considering anything like that. And it was kind of funny because I was actually having breakfast with Elder Randy Bottle, who I've had the great pleasure to have breakfast with quite a few times. Obviously not for, 15, 16 months now. Then we were just chatting about names and how we come about with names. And we started talking about the area. And I said, what can you tell me about the area? And what might make a really good connection? And he put out a few ideas, and then he said, what about Northern Lights School? And I was like, that's a fantastic idea. And I was just so glad and so grateful that we had the conversation and that we were able to bring it forward. And that, in fact, that is what the community chose as the name for the school. So I just think it's just a really great way just to reconnect. I'm not saying that every time that's how that we'll be able to use the name, but like it's in this case, it was great that I just happened to be having breakfast and we just happened to have the conversation. So I really like the fact that this is now in our policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. Any trustees for first round of debate? Trustee Hrdlicka, sorry, is your hand up?
It is. Sorry, I'm working off my phone here.
You know, with this policy, I do like a few things that are included in it. The piece around inclusion of, diverse names or diverse communities, I think is really important. I also think bringing in the comment around Indigenous way of knowing and the land, I think that's really important. One of the challenges I have with this policy, and I've looked at like I said, about a dozen policies from other jurisdictions, is there's no student voice on the committee. And I guess that's an issue that I really think when we look at the Langevin, some of the key players in changing the name for Langevin were students. And for students their voice not to be considered on the committee, not just through engagement, but actually their voices on the committee, students that go to the school, for them not to be represented, I think is a real shame. I think it's their voice is critical. And some might say, you know what, they're too young. They don't have they don't need to be involved in something like this. Well, I would argue that we're actually teaching this to our kids. We're teaching reconciliation in our schools. We're teaching our kids around citizenship and character. And so for us to have students on those committees, I think would be a great benefit, not only to the students, but to the dialogue and discussion and the decision making. So I just wanted to share those thoughts. Thanks.
Trustee Bradshaw, go ahead.
Thank you. I hope my computer doesn't freeze and die, because it has been for the last couple minutes. So I really appreciate this addition that we're making. I've been thinking a lot about school naming, obviously, for the last little while. And I think it's really easy for us as trustees and community, when we're talking about the schools and naming them, and I've noticed that we look back, we want to go back into history. What's the history of the area? What does that mean? And I think as things stand right now, we're only getting a small piece of the picture sometimes. The CBE's been around since 1887. We know the province celebrated its centennial in 2005. The country was founded in 1867. However, we know that people were here long before that, and we're only just starting to recognize their history as part of our own. That's sad and unfortunate, but I think it's slowly changing. And I think it actually helps to have some of these conversations about the history of the land, and that it goes back, much further than 100 years or 150 years. It's going back thousands of years. People have been living here, using the land, exploring the land, living on the land, and I think it's important that as an organization, we're working to fix that, and we're changing that hopefully before a single student ever enters a school, while we're considering the name. I'd also like to say this part is the third step in our renaming process. I think that's going to be important. I might chat about that a little later, but I think that's good for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Hare, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just a couple comments. I think on the whole, the committee should be congratulated for putting forward these recommendations. Clearly, the ones involving First Nations and the Indigenous peoples we are so proud to serve, I think is clearly commendable and actually essential as Canada moves towards truth and reconciliation and helping making, once again, a better country. I have to comment on Trustee Hrdlicka's point about students and of course giving students an opportunity in decision making is always, I think, an educational process that should be encouraged. The question as to whether they sit on the committee, that's an interesting question. On the other hand, they can be, I'd assume, involved in other ways, surveys or having teachers talk to them about what they might think. Obviously, it'd be more in a renaming than in a naming situation, I think. But her point is well taken. We are involved in education, and people learn by doing, and there's no reason why our students cannot have some input in some way to these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll enter first round of debate here, and if anyone else would like to enter, please indicate so in the chat. So the school naming committee is a committee that provides a recommendation to the board for the names of our schools. The amendments being made to the roles and responsibilities of this committee are significant. First, the ability to retain up to 2 independent historians to conduct historical research. Our own Office of the Corporate Secretary does a considerable amount of research, but giving the school naming committee the ability to have other research done means that we can add an additional layer to our due diligence when it comes to selecting names. This is increasingly important as the issue around how society commemorates the contributions of individuals continues to evolve. Second, ensuring the acknowledgement of the land and its relationship with Indigenous peoples is considered is yet another way the board can support the work of reconciliation in our school system. I'm particularly excited about the learning that will come out of this, not only for our students and the board, but also for the school naming committees and the members of the public. Finally, the inclusion of the statement that names reflect the diverse culture of the CBE. This is an intentional step in our commitment to providing welcoming, safe, and inclusive learning and working environments, and provides another way where the board can guide the thinking of our school naming committees beyond where they might traditionally go when choosing names to recommend to the board. Our school naming committees have already demonstrated their desire to consider the diversity in the CBE, and 2 schools come to mind immediately that were also mentioned by my colleague Trustee Hare, Manmeet Singh Bular and Nelson Mandela. But placing that statement in the terms of reference ensures that diversity will be considered in the realm of possibility for every school naming committee. Okay, any other trustees for first round of debate? Okay, we're moving to second round of debate. Any trustees for second round of debate? Trustee Hrdlicka, I see your hand is up.
Great, thank you. You know, when I look at the naming committee, and we're talking a lot about diversity and making sure that we have representation. Yet, when we look at the membership of these committees, I certainly don't see any diversity there. I don't see representatives from the Elders Advisory on those committees. I don't see representatives from CBE Cares. If we actually and genuinely wanted diverse voices to come through, then they would be there. And we can't leave it up to the chief superintendent to appoint people, because Our chief superintendent might not be around forever, and the next chief who comes might have different ideas about who should be on that committee. So we need it in policy. We need it in policy that there are representatives from that, you know, 1 in 4 students that attend the CBE are from a different culture, or we consider them ELL students. We have LGBTQ, we have students from around the world, we have students with disabilities. None of these people are represented on these committees. So when we talk about diversity, we're actually, we're talking about it like it's something that will just come together. It has to be intentional. And these voices are often the ones that are underrepresented. And that's why things and decisions that are made are again made to support the dominant culture. So these voices continue to be left out, and I'm seeing yet another example of them being left out. And we want to pat ourselves on the back about including Indigenous voice and thinking about diversity, but in reality, we actually don't have those people sitting at the table. And I think that is a real gap in our ability to, you know, make fair decisions to represent our whole board.
All right. Any other trustees for second round of debate? All right, and last call for second round of debate. Thank you. Trustee Adams, do you wish to close?
Did that work? Yes. Sorry, my computer's acting kind of funny again. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate everyone's comments. There's lots of good stuff in there. I think I would just add just a little bit about the membership itself, because there has been some talk about that. I think part of it is we need to remember too that this is our school naming policy. So it comes into a play for a number of reasons. One, if we're getting a brand new school, in which case when we're getting a brand new school, it doesn't necessarily have a student population as of yet. And also, of course, it also falls under if we decide that we need to make a name change to a school. And I also, there's been a lot of talk about diversity and that we're not putting that into play. I guess I would say the membership could be a ward trustee, could be an alternate trustee. On there is an education director. We have a minimum of 3 school community representatives. We also have other members as determined by the board. I think that's a big assumption to say that the people that are in those roles, that there won't be any diversity in there. And with the community members, I mean, that again, they're community members. We don't know who we're going to get and who's going to volunteer. So I would say that within the membership itself, we've actually left it fairly open in order to be very diverse. So yeah, I would add that. And I think I also just wanted to add a second point, and I completely forgot what it was. But I think I'm good. I really do think the additions to this policy are really great, and I think it's really going to help us really open up what we do for namings. Sorry, lost my train of thought. Thank you. Long day.
That's all right. I think you got it out there. So,
and it's like 45 degrees in my room.
I know, and it's been a long one. We're not done yet. So, trustees, I'll now call on you each individually for your vote in favor or opposed to the motion. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor.
Trustee Hrdlicka?
Opposed.
Trustee Herdman?
In favor.
I also vote in favor. That motion carries. Next item is GC5E Name Review Committee Terms of Reference. I would ask that a trustee please bring forward a motion regarding GC5E Name Review Committee Terms of Reference policy, please.
That the Board of Trustees approves the amendments to GC5E Board Committees Name Review Committee Terms of Reference, Attachment 7 to this report.
Okay, thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions on the motion? Okay, so the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees approves the amendments to GC5E Board Committee Name Review Committee Terms of Reference as provided in Attachment 7 to this report. Trustee Bradshaw, would you please open debate?
Yes, thank you. So this, I guess this represents the second part of the job of the renaming working group. So once the triggers have been, I guess we'll call it engaged, a name review committee is going to be established. And we really, I think, tried to make the membership of this group pretty wide-reaching, but also represented, I guess, hopefully representing how seriously we're taking this work. So we've got the chair as the chair of the committee, the chair of the board is the chair of the committee, and then the ward trustee as well. We have 2 reps assigned by the chief, the school council chair or designee, and 2 community representatives external to the Calgary Board of Education and independent of the Calgary Board of Education. So I think the idea with this committee was to create a place to bring a recommendation to rename or not rename a school back to the board. And that's a really big decision to make. So we want that group to do as much, I guess, engagement and research as possible into the name of that school. And how does the community feel about that? How do affected stakeholders feel about that? Because we kind of talked about this earlier, but if people aren't comfortable going to their school because of the name, that's not great, and we want to hear about that. I think we want, as a board, to engage as many people as possible, and for people to feel heard in this work. This is the committee that we're hoping will be able to do that. We recognize how important it is, and should they recommend to the board to rename the school, and the board decides to rename the school, the next step would be the naming committee that we just talked about. So I think that's kind of the flow through of how this work will get done. I will stop there, and yeah, excited to hear from my fellow trustees.
Thank you, Trustee Bradshaw. Any other trustees for first round of debate? Okay, last call for first round of debate. I'll be happy to enter here. So if trustees, if anyone else is looking to enter into first round of debate, please go ahead and indicate so in the chat, and I will call on you. So the name review committee is a critical component to how we will examine the names of our facilities. A name review committee can be formed anytime the board feels a review of a school name is warranted, but also in response to the voice of the public. For example, when a valid petition is filed as per section 3.8 of GC3 board job description. The research and engagement of this committee is a valuable link. We have had excellent success with external members on our remuneration committee and audit and risk committee. Our experience there tells us that the support of our external members is invaluable to the work of the board. The composition of the membership is a good balance of people more closely connected to the CBE and the facility in question, and those who are further removed. This committee will support the board by driving the research on any particular name, engage with stakeholders where appropriate, measure the name against the criteria as outlined in section 3.8b of Governance Culture Policy 3, the board's job description policy, and provide an unbiased, research-informed recommendation to the board on whether or not a facility should be considered for a name change. That recommendation would go before the board. The board would then decide whether it will accept the recommendation of the committee and proceed to change the name of the facility or not. Should the board agree with the recommendation of the committee, a school naming committee would be created to provide a recommendation for a new name for that facility. Any other trustees for first round of debate? Okay, transitioning to second round of debate. Any trustees for second round of debate? Trustee Hrdlicka, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so similarly, when I look at this, the membership of the committee, I think we're missing the mark, that we're not including representatives from CBE Cares or Elders Advisory, that isn't explicit in the policy. Also, a student from the school makes sense to me to be on the committee. We had some brilliant school students from Langevin that fought hard to change that name. I know if this was an issue impacting community, I'm sure that there would be students that would want to play a role. So for me, I think we've missed the mark on this, and so I won't be supporting this motion.
Right. Any other trustees for second round of debate? And last call for second round of debate. Trustee Hare, go ahead, please.
I have a question first, and I apologize if it's out of order. The two community representatives, they will be appointed by the Board of Trustees. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, then, and if I can speak to it, quite clearly, the Board of Trustees should be aware of the need for and the preference for diversity on this committee, and I would certainly hope they would apprise themselves of that kind of choice. This committee is exceptionally significant, okay? Because, you know, as we talked earlier, even with the 5,000 petition sort of number, who knows just what exactly can come out of that process. So the School Name Review Committee will have to be aware and cognizant of those kind of possibilities. So I appreciate the structure here, and once again, I guess as we put this committee together, and of course the chief shall appoint 2 people, and the Board of Trustees shall appoint 2 community representatives, I think our commitment as a board to equity and our commitment to diversity should sort of, well, in fact, not only should, but must have impact and input as to those appointments are made. We want to give this committee the greatest possibility of being successful, and that can be only done if we appoint people to the committee of credibility and concern. Thank you.
All right, trustees, any other trustees for second round of debate? Trustee Adams, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I also just like to highlight in Appendix 1, number 4, engage with stakeholders. It says engage with stakeholders when appropriate prior to making a recommendation to the board. Engagement must be consistent with CBE's dialogue framework. And I think that's really significant. And that is actually, especially when we're talking about the student voice as well, because I agree, it's important that the students have some input on this as well. But I don't agree that it should be at a committee level, actually on the committee, but definitely in the engagement stage. And this is going to be the perfect way to be able to do that because we are engaging, and it's right in there in number 4. And I think that's really important, and it's a way for everyone's voice to be heard. Because I'm sure there might be, for some of these, there might be a lot of people who want to be on that committee. And obviously, I think we have 5 people on there, if I remember correctly. So yeah, so this is a great opportunity for the people that actually aren't able to be actually on the actual committee itself to be able to participate in the discussions and to be able to give their input. So I think that's really great. Thank you.
All right, any other trustees for second round of debate? And last call for trustees for second round of debate. All right, Trustee Bradshaw, do you wish to close?
Sure, thanks. It's a good discussion. We really thought about the composition of this committee while we were doing this work. Because I think while we were working on it, there was a thought to have it be much bigger and have, I think, a wider group of voices on it. But as we were working through, we realized it might be more effective to have a smaller group, but that is mandated with collecting a lot of different voices. And I think that became important because we want them not to be the committee members themselves, although they'll be making the recommendation to the board, but we want them going out and speaking to the community, to affected communities, and listening to marginalized voices and I guess lifting those voices up. So the committee itself wasn't meant to do that, like be that lifting of the voices. They were meant to go out and do that, which is really big. And I appreciate the thought about credibility and concern with the community reps. We had the same idea. We do want and hope we're able to get a group of people that are really interested in Calgary and represent a diversity of interests across the city. That was really important to us. I don't know, as a board, as we head into summer, if this board is going to be able to recruit those people, but definitely the next board should be doing that almost immediately. Because, yeah, I guess fundamentally, I look at this and this isn't necessarily, this is about, I guess, trying to solicit all those voices across the city and doing this work in a very big way so that I think trustees are hearing from people, not just the people that can go out and hop on Twitter or hop on Facebook and make their voices heard, but everyone. So I think we've accomplished that. I hope so. I don't think we'll really know until this lives itself out. And if it's not working the way it's supposed to, then I really think tweaks can be made.
Thank you, Trustee Bradshaw. I just called you Trustee Adams. Wow, just calling everybody by the wrong name today. Apologize. All right, so trustees, I will now call on each of you individually to indicate your vote in favor or opposed of the motion. Trustee Adams.
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw.
In favor.
Trustee Hare.
In favor.
Trustee Hrdlicka.
Opposed.
Trustee Herdman.
In favor.
I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. Next item of business is GC 7E, Trustee Code of Conduct Sanctions. I would ask that a trustee please bring forward a motion regarding GC 7E, Trustee Code of Conduct Sanctions Policy.
Well, I can do that. That the Board of Trustees amend sorry. Do you want me to bring it forward?
Sorry, yeah, I said thank you. Sorry, the delay. I just said thank you.
Okay. That the Board of Trustees amend Governance Culture 7, Trustee Code of Conduct Policy to include the addition of GC 7E, Trustee Code of Conduct Sanctions, Attachment 10 to this report.
All right, thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions on the motion? Okay, seeing none, the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees approves the amendments to GC7E Trustee Code of Conduct Sanctions as provided in Attachment 10 to the report. Trustee Hrdlicka, will you please open debate?
I sure will. G7 is the Trustee Code of Conduct sanctions. The broader version of this policy previously lived in GC9 and will now live here in GC7. The reason we're moving this policy is because when we looked at school boards across the province, most of the sanction policies lived in their code of conduct, so it just makes sense. Equally important is the fact that we are now required by the province under the Education Act to have clear sanction process. By including this policy exhibit, we now have a very detailed sanction process for trustees who violate the code of conduct. It's also important to note number 2 on page 1, and I'll just read it. A trustee who believes that a fellow trustee has violated the code of conduct may seek resolution for that matter through appropriate conciliatory measure prior to commencing the official complaints under the code of conduct. The aggrieved trustee and offender trustee may meet to discuss the concerns with the assistance of a mediator if the use of such mediator is approved by the board. I believe in this sanctions policy. I believe that it is really important to have mechanisms for trustees to use when they have a concern with another trustee, a conciliatory connection with another trustee. It can't be emphasized enough, the value of talking to each other, sharing concerns and listening in order to work and resolve the disputes before going to a sanctions process. Like I said, our previous code of conduct was very broad, or sanctions was very broad. What's in front of us now is very detailed, which is helpful, as there's a lot more, there's little room for misinterpretation. And again, this process is pretty standard to other school boards in the province.
Thank you, Trustee Hrdlicka. I'll try and call everybody by their correct name for the rest of this meeting. Any trustees for first round of debate? Trustee Herdman, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Well, this policy has been a long time coming. I know on the last board, before this board was elected, this was a policy that the board wanted to look at and change, but amendments were made to the School Act, which are now in the Education Act, around the Code of Conduct, and it talks about that the Code of Conduct and the sanctions have to be in accordance with principles set out by the Minister by order. And so we just kept on thinking that the minister was going to provide further direction around it, because in the act it says that the minister will be setting out principles in a ministerial order. And so the last board said, okay, well, since we haven't gotten that ministerial order yet, then let's just wait. And I think this board as well, when it's been with the Education Act, we were kind of waiting for that ministerial order as well. But I'm really glad that we decided to really tighten up the process so that future boards just won't be waiting for a ministerial order that might never come, and that the process for dealing with code of conduct violations is very clearly laid out, and I think is very fair and in keeping with procedural fairness. Thanks.
Thank you. So just, sorry, Trustee Bradshaw, I see you in the queue there. I just need to call on our corporate secretary just for clarification. I'm sort of seeing different wording for the motion. So I just want to confirm the wording of the motion for GC7E, Trustee Code of Conduct Sanctions. Can you please confirm for me what the correct wording should be? Sorry, I just have two documents here and they have slightly different wording. I'm guessing maybe the corporate secretary cannot turn her microphone on. All right, she can't unmute. All right, so I'm going to say we're going to take another 5-minute break. Trustee Bradshaw, you're on for debate next. It's now 5:38. We'll take 5 minutes. So 5:43, we'll come back and just give the corporate secretary a moment to shut down, log off, and log on again, and hopefully we'll get her back. Thank you. Hi, everyone. So the corporate secretary is just trying to get logged back in. So I think she'll be here momentarily. I just connected with her quickly on the break, just around the wording of the motion, because I've got two different wordings of it. So I'm just going to confirm that the wording is as follows: that the Board of Trustees amend Governance Culture 7 Trustee Code of Conduct Policy to include the addition of Governance Culture 7E Trustee Code of Conduct Sanctions as provided in Attachment 10 to this report. So any questions on that before we proceed with the debate? And Trustee Bradshaw, you're next. And I'll just confirm, Corporate Secretary, can you confirm that you are back online? Right, so Corporate Secretary, are you back?
Yes, I am. Apologies.
Nope, no problem. So I confirmed the correct wording with the board. There were no questions, so we're just going to proceed to debate. And Trustee Bradshaw, go ahead.
Thanks. Who knew unmute was going to enter into our lexicon in such a big way today? I guess I would say when you start out as a trustee, you make mistakes. You kind of have an idea of how you want to be as a trustee, and maybe you get it wrong sometimes. I think this new policy allows for mistakes to get made without things having to go over the top. I think most people want to come into the role, want to do really well, don't always hit the mark sometimes, but I think being able to talk to your colleagues and just let them know sometimes, hey, that wasn't maybe the best way to go about that, is actually really helpful. Obviously, if it keeps happening, there's an escalation in behavior. The policy has contingencies for that and allows for that to happen and be dealt with. So this is, yeah, a big change from the policy we had. Procedural fairness is a funny term that we've heard. I think it provides that. Yeah, and I think that's good. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Bradshaw. Anyone else for first round of debate? All right, last call for first round of debate. And moving on to second round of debate, are there any trustees for second round of debate? I'll jump in here. So I guess I just want to express my appreciation for the work that went into this particular piece of policy. Like Trustee Herdman said, this has been a long time in coming, and so this is actually really helpful because I think it creates a clear path forward for the board. So, you know, if there is an instance where a trustee, you know, has violated, you know, any of the policies, it gives the board, you know, and the trustee who maybe has violated policy the ability to see where it goes from here. And I think that transparency is really important. And I think it's a good tool actually for the entire board, no matter sort of what position you're in at the time, in terms of whether you are a trustee who's bringing a concern forward, or if you're a trustee who has violated policy or what have you. So I really appreciate the work that's been done on this. I think this work is going to set the next board up for success. And it's important that it did get done. So I would again express appreciation to the Board Procedures Committee of Trustees Herdlicka, Bradshaw, and Adams for the work that they did on this, and for bringing this forward. So thank you very much for that. All right. Any other trustees for second round of debate? Last call for second round of debate. Okay, Trustee Hrdlicka, do you wish to close?
No, I don't think so. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, trustees, I'm going to call on each of you now individually for your vote in favor or opposed to the motion. Trustee Adams?
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw?
In favor.
Trustee Hare?
In favor?
Trustee Hrdlicka?
In favor.
Trustee Herdman?
In favor.
I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. All right, the next item on our agenda is the repeal of Governance Culture 9. So I would request that a trustee please bring forward a motion regarding GC 9, process for addressing board member violations policy.
That would be me.
Thank you.
That the Board of Trustees approves the repeal of Governance Culture 9, process for addressing board member violation policy.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions on the motion? Okay, seeing none, the motion on the floor is that the Board of Trustees approves the repeal of Governance Culture 9, process for addressing board member violations policy. Trustee Adams, would you like to open debate?
Sure. This one's actually really straightforward because we just approved GC 7E, Trustee Code of Conduct Sanctions. There's no longer a need for GC 9 because that's where our sanctions used to live. So essentially, we're getting rid of GC 9 and moving them to GC 7E.
Perfect, thank you. All right, any trustees for first round of debate? And last call for first round of debate. All right, moving to second round of debate. Any trustees for second round of debate? And last call for second round of debate. Trustee Adams, do you wish to close?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So trustees, I'll call on each of you individually now for your vote in favor or opposed. Trustee Adams.
In favor.
Trustee Bradshaw.
In favor.
Trustee Hare.
In favor?
Trustee Hrdlicka.
In favor.
Trustee Herdman.
In favor.
I also vote in favor. That motion is carried. So that brings us to the consent agenda of our meeting. All items not removed from the consent agenda will be deemed to be approved with the agenda. The board has 4 land, 2 labor, 1 legal, and 2 strategic planning matters to deal with in camera following the public portion of this meeting. That brings us to the conclusion of this portion of the agenda. I'd like to thank all of you who joined us for today for our last board meeting of the 2020-21 school year. Our next public board meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, September 14th, 2021, and we wish everyone a fun and safe summer, and we look forward to seeing all of our staff and students back in the fall. Thank you so much, everybody. So everyone, we'll go ahead. I want to give you a little bit of a longer break because we haven't really had a great opportunity to get up and move around very much on these little 5-minute breaks we've been having. So